Good afternoon, everyone. I am Maria Perbellini, the Dean of the School of Architecture and Design at New York Tech. Thank you for taking the time to be with us and attend today's symposium, Atypical Architectures Designed for Diverse Abilities. I am delighted to welcome a parterre of scholars, designers, curators, health professionals, experts on inclusive design and neurodiversity from the New York City area and beyond. At New York Tech, we prioritize equity, inclusion, diversity, and belonging in all the forms possible. And they are embedded in all our curricula, infusing our lectures, events, and have stimulated conversations, encouraging action and leadership. Our common values bring us together. And at New York Tech, we are pro-diversity, pro-respect for our differences, with the commitment to create and sustain a culture of inclusion that offers access to a meaningful teaching, learning, and working environment. Today, we are here to talk about diversity in abilities. Our speakers have been invited to address aspects of physical, mental disabilities, or simply different than typical abilities. But we also want to encourage a conversation on our responsibility as designers, educators, and administrators to address those aspects through our research, practice, teaching, and curriculum development, in our case as a school, accordingly to the case. I would like to thank the Lecture and Events Committee for bringing this event to life, and especially the committee chair, Assistant Professor Atina Papadopoulou. Thank you, Atina. Our event manager, Sue Sternberg. Thank you, Sue. Both of them for being instrumental in the organization of this event, as well as our School of Architecture and Design faculty who are participating by presenting work or moderating sessions. And we have Nader Vusogian, Professor of Architectural History and Theory, Marta Caldeira, Assistant Professor of Architectural History and Theory, Florencia Vecher, Chair of Interior Design and Assistant Professor, Athena Papadopoulou, Chair and also Assistant Professor, Christian Pongras, Professor and Director of the MS in Health and Design Program, and Alessandro Melis, IDC Foundation Chair and Professor. The symposium gives us the opportunity to reflect on the importance not only to redefine our discipline by rendering it more inclusive regarding different abilities, but also to push the boundaries of a variety of fields and expertise. We have the pleasure to have presenters today from the School of Health Professions at New York Tech, Associate Professor of Occupational Therapy, Alexander Lopez, and Assistant Professor of Occupational Therapy, Kyle Karen. And I want to welcome them as well. Thank you for being with us. For this event, we are thrilled to be partnering together with the Zine magazine. Warm welcome to Ben Drake, US editor of the Zine, who will be moderating one of our sessions. It is wonderful to have our efforts and activities on the radar of one of the most renowned and critical design platforms. We are really, truly excited to be partnering with the Zine. Finally, I would like to extend our welcome and gratitude for accepting our invitation to the distinguished guest speakers. Evangelos Kotsioris, Assistant Curator, Architecture and Design at MoMA. Paula Villaplana de Miguel, affiliated to MoMA and Syracuse University. David Gissen, Professor of Architecture and Urban History at Parsons. Peter Slating, founder and president of the Slating Group. Jennifer Carpenter, founding principal of Verona Carpenter Architects in New York. Amy Hurst, associate professor at NYU and director of the NYU Ability Project. And Grace Yoon, Associate Professor of Graphic Design at the University of Georgia and President of the Board at Open Style Lab. With that, I would like to call on the podium Atina. She will provide more details about the program of the event. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dean Perbellini, for the welcome notes, and thank you for emphasizing the importance of addressing inclusion and diversity in our teaching and research. Addressing diverse abilities in design is a matter I've been reflecting on in my work for years, and a matter that we continuously try to better address in the Masters of Health and Design, together with Director Christian Pongratz and our partners and collaborators, including, among others, Alexander Lopez, who's participating today in the symposium and leads ISF, the nonprofit organization, as well as Kid Choice, a nonprofit organization whose members you will meet at the entrance hall soon to get more information. I'd like to thank them both for supporting our efforts. So, how do we design for more inclusive futures? What are the challenges in today's practice? How do we equip our students with the right tools to create a more equitable world that embraces all abilities? With my colleague Marta Caldera, who will be moderating our first session, and my colleague Florencia Vetzer, who will be moderating the last session with me, we have been discussing how to bring this topic in a more collective way in the school. This event is just an initial prompt that will hopefully bring more symposia, publications, collaborations, internal or external exhibitions. The following symposium brief shares some of our observations, goals, and vision for this event. Architecture and design disciplines have long relied on principles of typicality and normativity that exclude all those that do not conform to such norms. Whether based on ability, the body, or type of user, and from the spoon to the city, the normalization of design types often codifies forms of normative construction, life, and socialization, which inscribe and perpetuate regimes of exclusion. Conceived as an interdisciplinary dialogue, the Symposium on Typical Architectures aims to turn the field's normative inclination on its head by proposing the atypical as the starting point for envisioning new inclusive approaches to design across scales and disciplines. Ultimately, Atypical Architectures aims to recenter the imagination of architecture on atypical users and non-idealized bodies through a dialogue on design practices that may carry the potential to improve the experience of the built environment for all. So I would like now to introduce the speakers of our first session, Body Politics of Design, Evangelos Kotsioris, Paula De Miguel, David Kisen, and Peter Slating. The session will be addressing aspects of history and theory and personal experiences of inclusion and accessibility. What kind of body politics do we assume or impose with our designs? So Evangelos Kotsioris is an assistant curator in architecture and design at the Museum of MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art in New York. He's trained as an architect and historian, and his research focuses on the intersections of architecture with science, technology, and media. He has recently co-organized several exhibitions, including Architecture Now, the Project of Independence, and Reuse, Renew, Recycle. Kotsioris holds a PhD in History and Theory of Architecture from Princeton University and an MArch II from Harvard University. He has taught in various universities and is the co-editor of Radical Pedagogies, a global history post-World II experiments in architecture education during the second half of the 20th century from MIT Press. Paula Villablana de Miquel is a curator, designer, and scholar based in New York. Her work focuses on exhibition spaces and cultural initiatives with an emphasis on media, technology, and bodily practices. She currently serves as curatorial assistant for contemporary architecture at MoMA and teaches at Syracuse University. Paula has developed projects for institutions such as the Shanghai Art Biennale, the Victoria and Albert Museum, the Venice Architecture Biennale, Storefront for Art and Architecture, and many others. David Kisen is a professor of architecture and urban history at Parsons. He's a historian of architecture, practicing designer and curator. His books include The Architecture of Disability, Subnature, and Manhattan Atmospheres. His curatorial and design work has been exhibited at the Venice Biennale, the Center of Architecture, and the Canadian Center of Architecture. And last but not least, Peter Slating, the president of the Slating Group. He's a disability consultant, writer, and advocate. And Peter, who is blind, founded Slating Group LLC in 2012 to provide education and training on disability equity and social accessibility to clients across a range of business and civic enterprises. Peter is chair of the board of directors of Empire State Employment Resources for the Blind and a founding director of Camp Possibilities International, which supports blind children and youth in Kenya. He has previously served as a director of Lighthouse Guild and the Van Allen Institute, and he holds an MFA from Hunter College, CUNY, and a BFA from SUNY New Paltz. So now I'd like to call to the podium our first presenters, Evangelos Kotsioris and Paula Villaplana, who will be talking about the exhibition Body Constructs they curated together at the MoMA. So Evangelos and Paula.
Maybe you can start by saying, hello, everybody. My name is Evangelos Kotsioris. We're very happy to be here today, especially at the time maybe when body politics are unfortunately to the front of the agenda again. I also wanted to extend our thanks to Athena for the kind invitation. It was very exciting to see this conversation taking place, and Sue for her support in making it all happen, and NYAT for hosting us. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Perfect. How do body standards and the implicit biases they have caked in them in architecture shape the experiences and perceptions of space? This was one of the key questions behind the ongoing exhibition Body Constructs, which together with my colleague Paula Villaplana, we recently co-organized at MoMA. Based on works from the museum's collection, the exhibition starts by interrogating the normative use of idealized human figures in 20th century architecture and design, and highlighting how these contracts have excluded diverse embodied experiences, among other things. And while this history and its pitfalls might be all too familiar for those in this room and those watching us online, it was important to both introduce some of modernism's normative figures to non-specialized audiences, but also two other things. On the one hand, to look critically anew at the origin myths of some of these normative figures, and on the other, to highlight the fact that once they are fabricated, they almost acquire a life of their own. They occupy spaces, they travel across the world, they determine the architecture we live, and ultimately they design what is considered normal. Le Corbusier's all too familiar modular, for instance, introduced in 1945, represented this positivist notion of the proportional system for design that could function, quote, as a harmonious measure for the human scale, unquote. Illustrated by a fictional 5'9" tall silhouette, drawn in an active posture with one arm raised. The modular purportedly combined the proportions of the medium human, if something like that exists, and the golden ratio to help architects define the relative dimensions of anything between furniture, architectural elements, and ultimately entire buildings and complexes. And despite its fabricated nature and assumption of the universal user, which we obviously no longer believe in, the modular reverberated for decades in architectural discourse and education for people like me, among others. And both figuratively and literally, it started to occupy the spaces and discourse of architecture, as we can see, for instance, in this section of the pavilion that Corbusier designed in Zurich towards the end of his career, as if it was a real person made of flesh and bones. At the same time, across the Atlantic, a few years later, Henry Dreyfus and Alvin Tiley gave birth, so to speak, to two other constructed figures, Joe and Josephine, a fictional heteronormative nuclear couple typifying the measurements of the average American man and woman, representing, quote, the millions of consumers for whom we are designing, as Dreyfus once said, unquote. Despite evolving out of military research on human factors and thus being extremely skewed in terms of the data that was used to create these two average figures, Joe and Josephine similarly became icons of ergonomic design in the United States. They were first introduced in 1955 in Dreyfus's book, Designing for People. And you can see even the kind of literary kind of construction, almost as if it was a novella that gave birth to them. But they were widely popularized when published as life-sized posters, those two on the right, accompanying the publication of The Measure of Man in 1960. And after Dreyfus's death, later revisions from the office that understood the limitations of the couple, which initially was just Joe by himself, also included other sets of charts. For instance, this very beautiful, otherwise rotating charts that were able to accommodate the dimensions of varying bodies, but also different demographics and wider groups of other frictionless users, including children, pregnant people, as well as wheelchair users. What is remarkable, however, these two are very kind of canonical and everybody knows them already perhaps. What is remarkable is that although Joe and Josephine, for instance, were conceived in the United States, their charts were adopted as tools for ergonomic design across extremely different cultural contexts. A notable example that we were, kind of surprised to find in Momo's collection was Venezuelan architect Jorge Castillo's Casa Mara project, a prefabricated system of adaptive dwellings made of fiberglass and expanded polystyrene that could be arranged in various configurations, as you can see here. And while the circular plan of the base unit of Casa Mara was based on the churrata, a housing prototype found in the settlements of the indigenous Panara and Piaroa people of the Orinoco River, Castillo employed Dreyfus's figures to determine the dimensioning and ergonomic, so to speak, design of the structure section. So for instance, here we see two plates from his portfolio, one showcasing the system of human dimensions for, let's say, the kitchen space of Casa Mara, based on the dimensions of the average adult woman, which comes from Dreyfus's study of the adult female standing at a control board. So this was a study performed for Bell Laboratories across the river here in New Jersey. Or similarly, the kind of housing interior for the desk where the man of the family would be working at is clearly modeled after the chart for adult male seated at a console. And these are the kind of anthropometric data that the US Air Force or the US Navy would use to design their radars, their computer systems, and early warning systems. So it's interesting to see then that intentionally or not, Castillo's transposition of the normative figures developed in the North American context and the military industrial complex here are transferred to the domestic spheres of Venezuelan architectural interiors. And this underscores an hegemony of Western design standards over Latin America and what we might refer to as the global South at large.
These normative templates have spread throughout disciplines, injecting architecture and design with fabricated fictional models of the human body, as Evangelos was explaining. Pervasive and in most cases uncritical, these representations reinforce binary gender divides as well as racial and colonial constructs. Assuming uniformity for the sake of industrial efficiency, these limited representations not only fail to represent the full breadth and complexities of human experience, but can also pave the way for very troubling and dark outcomes. What does it mean to reduce the human to mere data points and metrics? Embracing these constructs without scrutiny has profound troubling repercussions, as highlighted by the works of Malcolm Bailey, Marta Minujín and Mario Gandelsonas, and Valley Export, among others works that we're gonna see are part of the installation at MoMA. Malcolm Bailey's work, which we see on the left here, exposes the brutal reality of body commodification in this particular case as it relates to Black bodies. In the large-scale painting Hold, Separate but Equal, Bailey reimagines a late 18th century engraving, a chilling depiction of a cargo ship transporting enslaved peoples to Jamaica. The original image showed how up to 500 people were crammed below deck, treated as mere freight, and stacked tightly to maximize efficiency. By removing half of these figures and positioning white bodies alongside black ones, Bailey echoes the doctrine of separate but equal, which enabled segregation in the US for decades. Created in the wake of the civil rights movement, Bailey's work underscores how systemic racism persists and the dehumanizing effects of standardization when humans are reduced to parts within oppressive systems. Another example is Transformador de Cuerpos, Body Transformer. Here, the objectification of bodies takes a Kafkaesque sadistic turn. This rare one-night collaboration between Argentine architect Mario Gandelsonas and performance artist Marta Minujín proposes an installation and happening where visitors pass through a structure that brutally classifies them according to attributes like height, weight, and even subjective markers as beauty. The work reflects on the commodification of bodies in post-industrial societies with an implicit critique of the rise of advertising in the late 1960s. Gandelsonas expanded on this theme a decade later in Building as Classifier, exploring architecture's potential to induce feelings of compression, expansion, acceleration, deceleration, and psychological states like tension, relaxation, and vertigo. At the final staircase landing, visitors face several possible descents. There's a monumental staircase, a ramp, and a spiral slope. Tafuri, analyzing this work, alludes to a fourth option, suggesting a leap into the void, marked by the red circle in the drawing. In turn, Valley Export reflects on the tension between the body as lived experience and its circulation as object in the media ecosystem. In her video work, Syntagma, she interrogates the body's position between self and word. In a spoken sequence, she quotes an excerpt from Richard Lang's The Divided Self that reads, "The body clearly takes a position between me and the world. On the one hand, this body is the center of my world, and on the other, it's the object in the world of the others." I'm gonna let a few seconds, the video play. And you see how she is developing this argument by basically always overlapping a static image, a photograph, which she is appropriating through her lived experience of the body. Taking a feminist turn on the framework of Viennese actionism, Valley Export uses her body as a grammatical device. In her own words, she seeks to transform the object of male natural history, the material woman subjugated and enslaved by the male creator, into an independent actor and creator, subject of her own history, end quote. The body is also a measure of all things. For her, the earlier body configuration series echoes this, positioning the female body within these rigid geometries of urban settings. Valley Export challenges traditional objectification and repositions the female body as an active, inventive subject.
Now, in the traumatic aftermath of World War II, which made visible the horrors of rationality, some architects and designers turned the gaze inward instead of outward. In what would call perhaps an endoscopic view, the body itself, rather than the constructed notion of the human in the Western tradition, became the basis of new non-Cartesian experiments in architecture. Famous examples for this would obviously include works like Friedrich Kiesler's Endless House, the framework of continuous living space, which was imagined as a shelter for the psyche primarily, rather than the body itself. And it was in opposition to the static rectilinear rooms and sterile boxes that began to dominate modern architecture in the United States in the 1950s. In Kinsler's own words, the house was supposed to be, quote, endless like the human body. There is no beginning and no end, unquote. And its biomorphic form perhaps resembles a womb, an egg, or even the human heart, with different rooms acting as aortic chambers. Another interesting example in this case would be the work of David Jacob, a rather unknown architect who worked in the office of Eero Saarinen and developed a series of projects that took as a primary vehicle the idea of the unfolding surface and Mobius strips, but also the interiority of the body and cellular structures as those seen under the microscope, to create his proposal for a dwelling for 5 people, which has, again, kind of no beginning and no end, and proposes a different way of enveloping the body almost with a softer tissue rather than a hard case architecture. Or even the work of Michael Webb of Archigram, where the body functions are a quickie antidote to modernist functionalism. A case in point, Mike Webb's student project for the Furniture Manufacturers Association headquarters in England is famously known as a kind of first example of Bauerist architecture of this period. And during a design review in 1957, Nicolas Pevsner had described it as a disturbing set of, quote, stomachs sitting on a plate connected together by bits of gristle that looks a lot like bowels. Or if you would like another quote by James Sterling, it looks like some prehistoric monster in the process of shuffling off its vestigial exoskeleton, unquote. Today, the work is considered, you know, a kind of precedent for what might imagine like the high-tech architecture with examples such as the Pompidou Center in Paris, simulating the idea of architectural viscera without a skin casing. And kind of the more perhaps pleasurable experiment for us in this putting together this exhibition was this peculiar armchair by architect and multidisciplinary artist Gunnar Andersen, which was the result of manually layering liquid polyurethane foam, the expansion of which produces the work's final shape. Each of the 11 editions of the armchair are thus unique, singular in shape and size, alluding to the semi-controlled results of the construction process itself, but also the singularity of the individuals that would be accommodated by it. The uneven aging of this piece further accentuates this kind of digestive processes provocatively suggested by this work. And this was an object that was permanently demoted from MoMA's display list due to the visible ages of signs of aging in its corporeality. And despite the mild heart attacks to our conservators, we were able to put it back on view for the first time in decades, precisely persisting the idea that architecture is a timeless object or design itself is something impervious to aging, and instead embracing the idea that just like our bodies, buildings and objects are subject to the natural laws of entropy.
What could it mean to define the human beyond physical form, organs, bones, skin? In their introduction to the exhibition catalog of Are We Human?, Beatriz Calomina and Mark Weekly interrogate whether, quote, each theory that locates the human at the center of design actually reinvents this human, end quote. And this is the example, for instance, of works like Portable Person, which you see on the left here. Conceived in 1973 by Robert Mangurian and Jeffrey Hannigan, Portable Person envisions a mobile human outfitted with technological extensions that support life in urban environments. For Mangurian, the body is the ultimate architecture. Portable Person is its roving materialization. Created at Studio Works in New York, this hyper-nomadic figure foresaw the contemporary reliance on wearables and digital augmentation. The portable person of the 1970s relied mostly on external gadgets, rather than today's implants or genetic mutations. One could ask, how will our increase in transformation through technology redefine what it means to be human today? If Portable Person still relies on the body's physiological limits, in contrast, transmedia designer April Griman seeks to attend to both the physical and spiritual dimensions of human experiences. A pioneer in introducing digital technologies in graphic design, April Grieman is recognized as one of the main proponents of new typography and the new wave design style in the United States. She also develops a distinctive hybrid imagery, juxtaposing, as you can see in this image, analog and digital, handmade and mechanically printed elements in a technological environment. In 1986, Grieman created this groundbreaking issue for Design Quarterly, the Walker Art Center magazine, using a Macintosh in a very early moment of computer development. The result, which you see on the screen, titled "Does It Make Sense?" is a two-sided 6-foot poster that unfolds to reveal a life-size scan of her own body. The front of this spread, which you see right now, presents the artist's naked body superimposed with photographs of scientific findings alongside a timeline of technological developments describing life on Earth. Her image, though, is duplicated, and her head appears on both ends of the page. Her physical self is expanded through what she calls a spiritual double. The back, on the contrary, is populated with video screenshots of space travel and text excerpts, building on Grieman's fascination with scientific knowledge and deep space, recurring themes in her later work. The question that titles the piece, "Does it make sense?" invites us to question the place of human bodies in a lineage of technological creations. And continuing that effort, Korean artist and graphic designer Min Jeong-an seeks new ways of representation to depict the impact of one's biography and psyche into the body. In her self-portraits, she marks her body with very personal episodes like the effects of giving birth and breastfeeding, as well as the conversations and changes in her relationship with others throughout the process. She recounts that, quote, "This piece is a work made by imagining what I would look like if I were to redraw myself and transfer it into a diagram. I try to convey my own story that cannot be seen through diagram symbols or other kinds of drawings," she says, end quote.
Now, the development of modern architecture is inseparable from the development of modern medicine. In many ways, modern architecture itself was invented as a medical apparatus that was supposed to help the ailments of bodies and psyches, but in doing so, ultimately also reinforce and the proportionately rational regimes of medicalization, which left out entire swaths of populations at best, or actively invoked harm in the worst of cases. Challenging this approach, some architects and designers also, throughout this period, actively sought to use their expertise to demedicalize precisely spatial practices. One of the favorite examples we have in the exhibition is this wheelchair designed by Kazuo Kawasaki, a Japanese industrial designer who became partially paralyzed at the age of 27 after a car accident. Kawasaki, in his own words, created a wheelchair for himself that, rather than resembling a piece of medical equipment, could become part of his wardrobe. He conceived of its colorful, playful design to use at cocktail parties, and, quote, "a car outdoors and a chair indoors." This lightweight foldable piece, which was made with titanium to create a kind of weight less than 4 kilos, was named after the Roman goddess Karna, who prevented evil spirits from crossing thresholds. And Kawasaki later on went to describe it even as a sneaker-like object, attempting precisely to this counterbalancing between medical and functional, the symbolic and the mythical, while at the same time imbuing an otherwise, what would otherwise be an extremely technocratic device with playfulness and joy. And here you can see some of the kind of variations he created for this chair in different color configurations. Another kind of perhaps more airy example that we're going to put on view in the spring of this year is Douglas Darden's speculative design for a project of a house for an injured man to die in with dignity. Darden designed the Oxygen House, which you can see a finished drawing on the left and his sketches on the right, where you can see even sketches of lungs as a kind of analogy for the house itself. He designed it for Burden Abraham, an imaginary disabled signalman working for the Southern Pacific Railroad in the make-believe town of Frenchman's Bend in Mississippi. In this fictional story, Abraham is injured in the derailment of a train and confined to an oxygen tent. He dies after the foundations for the house are set, located at the spot where the accident happened. And the character is inspired by by a passage actually of William Faulkner's 1913 novel, As I Lay Dying, devoted to the death of a character named Addie Burden. And despite its kind of darker kind of overtones, the project has an allegorical nature above all of the drawings that revealed an exploration of the narrative potential of architecture on the one hand by weaving together all these different elements, but also how this experience was influenced by his own coping with terminal illness after 1991. And as with Kawasaki, the design itself cannot be separated from the embodied experience of Darden himself. What I find fascinating is that in the grand tradition of late 18th century French architect Jean-Jacques Lequeux, Darden inserted his own hand-drawn self-portrait, a gender-bending chimera of his own head with a corseted female bust encrusted in an arched opening as the frontispiece to his 1993 book, Condemned Building, in which the project appears.
And while many of the works we saw were questioning the limiting definitions of the human body, artists like Niki de Sanfal and Yoko Ono propose a yet new approach, using the body to create alternative realities. Influenced by the fantastical architectures of Ferdinand Cheval's Palais Ideal and Antoni Gaudi's Parc Güell, Niki de Sanfal created immersive environments that blurred the line between art and inhabitable spaces, offering a direct experiential engagement. She wanted to develop her own extensive repertoire of what she called monumental architectures. Her nanas, hyperbolic, larger-than-life female figures, and other mythological creators reject rigid body standards in favor of a joyful exploration of form. In 1966, she created Hon, She Cathedral at Moderna Museum, a monumental, womb-like sculpture that visitors entered through the body of a woman, a powerful critique of female objectification in art and culture. Senfal rejects female symbolisms, but she appropriates it that gives it a new meaning. Conversely, Yoko Ono makes us question whether bodies define or restrict us, how liberating can be to completely free the self from the physicality of our bodily boundaries. In her own words, quote, "When I did the back piece, we go in the back and we are very different. And also we see the world through it, actually. And there's a big difference between the world and us. By being in a back, you show the other side of you, which has nothing to do with race, nothing to do with sex, nothing to do with age. Then you become just a spirit or a soul, and you can talk soul to soul, and I like that idea, to become something totally different." As we have seen, anything but neutral, the body in the mid-century became a contested site from which to examine modernism's friction with questions of gender, race, and disability that still persist to architectural discourse and practice. Yet, in the simplicity of Yoko Ono's back, one finds a space where identities dissolve, opening a conversation on the possibility of connection beyond bodily confines. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And this is fascinating work. And I recommend to everyone to go to MoMA and see the exhibition Body Constructs. Myself going with the students. So I'd like to welcome now David Kitson, who's going to draw on concepts on his book, Architecture of Disability.
Thank you so much for including me in this conference. It's great to be with so many colleagues that I know and learning about people's work that I'm less familiar with. So thanks again. And I assume, like at least 49.8% of the people in this room are operating on a little less sleep and a little more anxiety right now. So forgive me in advance. Okay, so this title of this talk is called From Independence to Anti-Eugenics, Constructing a Global Disability Politics. It says 1962 to 1977, but the dates are a bit rough. And this comes from some background research of my newest book project, which I'm working on now. So what you're looking at here are three images that are from various disability protests from about the past 5 to 10 years and from all over the world, from left to right. One's in New York City, here, one's in Mumbai and Cape Town. And one of the things you might notice if you look at the language in them is that the language within the signs and slogans, which addresses rights to independence, self-representation, and access to urban space, is remarkably consistent. And this is unusual considering the significant cultural differences of all these different places. So one of the things that I want to examine with you today are these origins of these ways of thinking about disability rights, the origins of this kind of language and the concepts behind them, and their impact on how we think about design for disabled people. And in doing this, I'll be drawing on some scholars who've written some books recently that some of you in the room may know, people like Amy Hamrai, Bess Williamson, Elizabeth Guthrie, David Serlin, among others. But maybe more significant, I want to spend a little bit more time in this talk to introduce you to other and much less famous forms of disability activism and to pursue something very different than independence or access. And one of the things that's been very exciting for me is that this book that I published recently that Athena mentioned, The Architecture of Disability, it's now being translated into 4 different languages. And so traveling to places like Tokyo or other places and learning about disability rights and histories in other countries has really expanded what I think of as being the types of agenda that I might want to pursue in my own work. Okay. So the first part of this is called Berkeley, California, birthplace of the disability independent living movement. And again, this history might be a little bit more familiar to some of you. So what's often referred to as the independent living movement originates with the activism of a group of wheelchair-using students who attended the University of California, Berkeley in the early 1960s. And in 1962, a young polio survivor named Ed Roberts worked with his mother, Zona Roberts, to pursue admission to University of California, Berkeley in 1962. Roberts was paralyzed with the exception of a little bit of use in his left hand, and he required the use of an artificial respirator, which in the 50s, 60s, and 70s would be a very large iron lung, which he had to use for several hours of the day. Now, the agreement that was reached between the Roberts family and the University of California was that Ed would live here at this image you're looking at here on the campus's Cowell Hospital. This was a hospital that once stood on the grounds of Berkeley, and he would live here during the school year. So this is a picture of Ed Roberts with Herb Willsmore in a stadium at UC Berkeley. So Roberts was eventually joined by other students, one of them is shown here, and who were part of what was called the Cowell Residence Program for disabled students. And while at Berkeley, these students agitated for better integration into the university community. They wanted to be part of campus culture and not institutionalized in a hospital. And they had 3 key demands. One was greater access to classroom facilities, the ability to learn in a classroom with other students, not just in their hospital rooms. The creation of wheelchair accessible sidewalks on campus. And they also wanted limitations on the oversight of their lives by nurses and attendants, especially when compared to other students. And just very quickly, in the 60s, if you could even afford an electric wheelchair, they had very limited range. The batteries didn't last very long. So to move from one place to another, you'd have to be pushed around. If you're a young college student wanting to go to parties or meet somebody for some romance, having an attendant in your constant company is, to use a term from the 60s, a real drag. So this was something that they didn't want. Okay. So their activity eventually led to the formation of the Physically Disabled Students Program in 1970. It's now called the Disabled Students Program, still exists. And this is a photo from the program in 1980 showing 2 able-bodied student volunteers repairing the wheelchair of another student who's part of the program. And the Disabled Student Program became a model of what's called disabled mainstreaming. That's another term from the 60s and early 70s, which describes the integration of disabled people into the same spaces and privileges of able-bodied people. So to enable these students to live like other students, the university needed to make changes. Buildings on campuses, of course, needed to be made more accessible. And in some cases, dorm rooms needed to house enormous pieces of medical equipment. Here's one of the more fantastical, really extraordinary photos from the Disabled Student Program's history. This is from 1978 and shows a large construction crane lifting an iron lung of student Mark O'Brien into the upper level of a dormitory on College Avenue. In Berkeley, this dormitory still stands, so they removed a window and put this iron lung into place. Pretty exceptional photo. And for those of us who used wheelchairs in college or disabled in college, something like this is really significant, I think. So the disabled students and alumni who were involved in the program were very successful at integrating disabled people into the university. They set them up in dorms and apartments and lived life more or less like any other student. They were so successful at providing people the tools of independence and access that they started to receive more requests for help and guidance by people living off campus than on campus, and by people that were not students at Berkeley. More people that were not students at Berkeley than students at Berkeley. So this eventually led a group that included Ed Roberts, who I mentioned. Hal Zukas is very famous in histories of disability in the Bay Area, and others to form what was called the Center for Independent Living. And this was a disability advocacy organization that was completely independent and separate from the university. And what you're looking at here is their first location shortly after they moved in a former car dealership on Telegraph Avenue in Berkeley. And I'm fairly sure that's Ed Roberts sitting in his chair. I don't know who the person is who's standing over them, but you can see how ad hoc all this was. So the Center for Independent Living, or what's called the CIL for short, initially offered the following services: attendant referral, those are the people that push you around in chairs, or aides or helpers, or temporary nursing; housing referral; peer counseling and wheelchair repair, sorry. But the center eventually expanded to offer services to blind and deaf people in the Bay Area, transportation, buses and vans that move people around, job development, and very key, access to technology, which you can see in this photo here. Is an extraordinary photo, I think, in terms of disability history generally, in the disability history of the Bay Area. In the foreground, you can see one of the members of the Center for Independent Living working with a computer. There's a film crew here, and in the back, you can see there's photos teaching people how to speak in American Sign Language, with a large poster as well on the right outlining the agenda of this movement. And it says, the whole sign says full participation in society. It's slightly cut off. So the CIO operated under three broad principles. One, that disabled people should lead any and all decisions and management of this particular organization. That was very different than the Disabled Students Program or the Cowell Hospital Program. Two, disabled people can best determine their own and others' needs. And then lastly, that the organization expand to cover all disabilities through new forms and ever-growing forms of coalition building. Now, the CIL often emphasized the complete integration of disabled people into a city's community. It's where this idea that we're talking about today of inclusivity around disability, it's really born with this movement. It's unique to it, I would argue, as well as the autonomy of disabled people in everyday life. And this is a photo from one of the CIL's very important publications called Ramps Are Beautiful, and it has instructions on how to build ramps for single-family homes, as well as case studies regarding the benefits of them and how they've transformed people's lives. And a scholar, Ignacio Galan, who's at Barnard, has done some very interesting writing about this particular book. They also agitated for greater use of the city's sidewalks, again, in the Bay Area, in Berkeley and Oakland, and they successfully campaigned for the construction of curb cuts along stretches of the city's main avenues. And what you're looking at here is a map by the municipality of Berkeley showing the locations of curb cuts that have been built along its two main avenues and that connect the university to the downtown area of the city. And this is a photo, again, I believe this is Ed Roberts, person's unidentified, using a curb cut in Berkeley that's just been made in probably around the mid-1970s. So finally, and maybe very relevant to today's event, several architects and architectural educators engaged the members of the Center for Independent Living. The most famous of these was Raymond Lifshez, who was professor of architecture at Berkeley, who died very recently, but others like Sally Swanson were involved too. And these architects really redefined the language of independent living and the best practices of the way able-bodied architects, which they were, would engage disabled people, as well as would engage their students' engagements with disabled people. And many of the protocols and ideas that they had around design anthropology are still used in studios today. So what you're looking at here on the left is a photo of Sally Swanson. She's on the right in the photo. She's talking to Ed Roberts and his wife, Catherine Dugan, and she's holding her design for their living room, which was eventually built, and which centered Ed's iron lung as the main piece of furniture in the middle of the living room. And you can see the turning radius in the plan that she's holding, of how this would swing around in the room so he could talk to different people. You can see him speaking to Sally in this mirror there. And on the right is a very, I think, important photo, I suppose, in architectural pedagogical engagements with disabled people. This is Raymond Lifshez, who's standing behind Mary Heiserman, who's sitting in a wheelchair, and he's just attached that video camera. You can see it to the right on her chair to her wheelchair. And this is very unusual because most architects or rehabilitation experts, when they engage disabled people, they would make films of them, typically from a distance. And Ray really wanted to have a more intimate understanding of disability experiences. So he attached cameras to the back of his volunteers' wheelchairs who would really show him what their life was like and from their particular point of view as much as that is possible. And one of you could please tell me to keep track of the time because I tend to describe images. Okay, which I think is important, by the way, that we should all be doing that. Okay, it's important to point out that the independent living movement was just one of a constellation of international disability movements, but it was certainly the most famous. Almost all disability movements in the 1960s were focused on moving disabled people out of medical institutions, but all of them had very different ideas regarding the integration of disabled people into society. It's also important to remember that the Center for Independent Living was one of the more moderate, today would use the word liberal, in terms of how disabled people should integrate within society. And I would compare that to more radical thinking within other disability movements from precisely the same time. So just a few miles south of the Center for Independent Living, the Black Panthers engaged the issue of disability much differently. They argued that the roots of ableism in US society were racial as much as physical, and thus disabled people must confront the social, economic, and physical racism constructed into one's surroundings. The Green Lawn movement, which you see in the center picture here, was an anti-eugenic movement and that argued for the right to raise families and the dissolution of able-bodied society as we know it. And they engaged in agitational actions that confronted able-bodied people's use of public spaces. And then lastly, the SPK, or Socialist Patient Collective out of Heidelberg, argued that disabled people needed to turn their impairments into, quote, weapons to reimagine all of society. And so I don't have an hour and a half to talk to you about all these amazing movements, but I will talk to you about Aoi Shiba, the Green Lawn, which again, I learned about going to Tokyo and overseeing the translation of my book. So this was an anti-eugenic disability movement in Japan, and I think it offers a powerful complement to how we understand ideas about disability rights, independence, and design in the US. So the Green Lawn, whose members you see here with a sign declaring their name, were a group of young Japanese men and women with cerebral palsy, or CP for short. I'll use this term CP to describe their impairment. And this organization was founded in the 1950s. Now, while the Disabled Students Program and Center for Independent Living were focused on integration into society, mainstreaming, and independence, the Green Lawn were an agitational anti-eugenic movement that emphasized disabled communalism, separation, confrontation. And Green Lawn was formed as a reaction to a 1948 Japanese nationwide law called the Eugenic Law. Believe it or not, they were still using this language post-war, and it discouraged disabled people generally, but particularly people with congenital impairments or who were genetically predisposed towards particular types of impairments from becoming pregnant or raising families. And it also legalized forced and coercive sterilization of people with disabilities. Now, one result of this law was that, believe it or not, between 1948 and 1996, 25,000 people who were disabled in Japan were sterilized who had intellectual or physical disabilities. Now, in its initial years, Green Lawn emphasized the complete social separation of disabled people from able-bodied society. In 1965, they established the commune called the Maharaba Village. You can see the ruins of it here, which is to the northeast of Tokyo and on the grounds of a Buddhist temple overlooking the Pacific Ocean. And again, these are recent photos of its ruins. It consisted of a series of simple one-story buildings shared by its members in a garden-like setting. And here they got married, they got pregnant, which was essentially illegal. They raised children and away from the judgments or gawking eye of the public. In the late 1960s, the group eventually left their isolated village and settled in a neighborhood in the city of Kawasaki to the south of Tokyo. And they wanted to raise, as their children grew up, or were growing, I should say, they were very young, they wanted to raise their children within cities and not completely separate them from what they called able-bodied society. But at this time, Green Lawn actually became more militant and as a response to a series of events. This is a group photo of them that was taken in Kawasaki. So in 1970, a court in Yokohama exonerated a woman who had killed her 2-year-old disabled child who had cerebral palsy because she said it was too much of a burden for her and the government could not provide her with an institution where she could place her child. So this woman, murdered her child and was exonerated because she explained that raising a disabled child is a big burden. The state should be involved in this. So this incident is I'll explain this image in a second. So this incident inspired 2 key events in disability and history in Japan that rolled back disability rights. A 1972 revision of the 1948 eugenic law, which encouraged the aborting of fetuses with any detectable impairments. Fetal imaging, just like in the United States, became much more sophisticated at this time. And it also led to a spurt of institution building by the Japanese state and to house disabled children away from their families. And they thought the only way to relieve parents of the burden of raising a disabled child was to create more institutions. So what's interesting is just as deinstitutionalization was gaining traction in the US, in Japan, the state was actually constructing more institutions to house disabled people. So this is an image of a protest in Tokyo against this event, and the banner says in Japanese, "We want a society where people can live, we want to give birth." So this is one of the first statements released by Green Lawn. They were very active writers, and as a response to these events, and it gives you a sense of their politics. Do you mind if I read this? Just quickly? Okay, so it says, I have 4 minutes. Oh, okay, well, I don't have time. Let me just read the key 4 points. All right, because I want to show you a clip. So it says, we identify ourselves as people with cerebral palsy, and we act on this belief. We assert ourselves aggressively, and we act on this belief. We deny love and justice. This whole discourse that we have now about caring and care and often able-bodied people talking about disability, they reject that. And we act on this. We do not choose the way of problem solving. They were anti-design, and we act on this belief. And finally, we deny able-bodied civilization, and we act on this belief. Take a picture of it, you can read it later. Okay, so they performed actions in public spaces. This is Hiroshi Yokota, who transitioned out of his wheelchair. He said, why should I use a wheelchair? Why does my crawling make people uncomfortable? This is a video of a film, that was taken by a very important Japanese director, Hara Kazuha, and this is from his documentary film, Goodbye CP, of Hiroshi Yokota crossing the street. Let me just show this. So Hiroshi Yokota would ask, who is made uncomfortable by my crawling, and why must I use a wheelchair? Which is a provocation. Pretty amazing image. This would be great for your gallery. So they wanted their bodies to provide a confrontation with the public's idea of physical propriety, who's almost across the street, and how that is constructed into the character of urban spaces. So this is another performance that Hiroshi Yokota did, performing the poem Legs in Tokyo. Legs was his and other members of Green Lawn's name for able-bodied people. Again, I don't have time to read this poem, but the author, Andrea Campana, has done a great job translating this poem. And again, he talks about the fact that he's often policed when he crawls. So in that scene that I showed earlier, a policeman eventually comes up and says, the freak show's over, get back into your wheelchair, and refuses to let him crawl. This is Koichi Yakazuko, another member of the group, who is a photographer, and he would bring his camera to public places, and he walked with a very pronounced CP gait, and he would photograph people very ambitiously, I would say, as a way to return the gawking gaze that was often put towards him. And he wrote a great memoir called Mother, Don't Kill Me. This was also a very anti-parent group, which I realize may be very provocative, but for those of us who grew up disabled, you might relate to this, some of their thinking a bit. Anyway, the closest thing we have from an architectural theory of this group is 2 pieces of writing by Koichi Yakazuko called Regarding the State of Facilities and Small Facilities Built by Our Own Hands. And both of these essays, he argues for the creation of facilities, but ones created by disabled people and that are very small, that house 5 to 10 people and that are completely run by them and completely separate from the maintenance of able-bodied people, but nonetheless would be built in actual cities. So I just need a few more minutes just to bring this to a conclusion. So I'll assume many of you have not heard of the Green Lawn movement or many other radical disability movements, and their anonymity is not simply an issue of them originating in other countries. This is a famous movement in Japan. The anonymity of these movements is also because over the past 40 years, there's been a significant narrowing of what we understand disability politics to be. So the shift from a range of pluralistic and heterogeneous disability politics to more narrow one focused on access independence was not incidental. It can actually be traced to the activism and funding of the Center for Independent Living, the activity of Ed Roberts, as well as his allies like Judith Heumann and Joan Leon. The three of them are shown here, Ed, Judy, and Joan. In the late 1970s, they formed the World Institute on Disability, some of you may have heard this, to encourage the ideas of independent living to be spread around the world. And this would eventually lead to the establishment of independent living centers all over the world, places like Mumbai, Cape Town, Tokyo, pretty much every major city. Roberts traveled the world in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Here he is in Moscow. He also went to Japan for a conference in 1981 and made contact with members of Green Lawn, as well as other disability organizations in Japan. And after Ed gave a presentation on independent living, the Green Lawn was very skeptical of his ideas, and they responded, quote, "If we accept the US idea of disability independence, then we will not be truly independent." And as I mentioned, Green Lawn was first and foremost an anti-eugenic movement. So despite the skepticism by Green Lawn, to return to Tokyo, the ideals of the independent living movement had great saliency with many municipal governments and still do. With the rise of more neoliberal forms of governments and economics in the late 1980s, the idea that one should create a more independent citizenry becomes an economic ideal. And in a Japanese context, this led to a very strange dichotomy. Even as eugenic concepts and policies remain legal in Japan, the subway in Tokyo was made more physically accessible for wheelchair users and blind users. Believe it or not, the eugenic laws protested by Green Lawn beginning in the early 1960s were not completely overturned until the late 1990s. And other laws that permitted coercive sterilization of disabled people were not completely outlawed until July of 2024. I'm almost finished. And this is an image of the subway, obviously. And on the right is an image of a 2024 protest in Japan for restitutions of victims of the eugenic laws. So let me wrap this up. As important as design strategies of disability access and independence remain, they're only a very small aspect of how disabled people imagine their engagements with the world around them. And those of us who explore what architecture and design might be from a disability perspective should understand this more heterogeneous quality of disability activism. So in thinking about Green Lawn, we might consider what is an anti-eugenic architecture design practice? And this is something that I'm working through in my current book project, The History of This Thinking, and those designers who acted on this. And what I can say with some confidence is that ideas like anti-eugenics are one of many concepts developed by disabled people and that have remained largely unknown to designers who are interested in engaging disabled people. So finally, in the short term, I think what we need in architecture programs are less design exercises centered on disabled people and their imagined needs, because those needs are still so narrowly defined. They're almost always about integration, enhancement, functionalization, navigation, etc. Rather, I think we need more historical work, understanding how our approach to engaging the topic is often so limited and disengaged from the complexity of historical disability activism and thought. And if you want to learn more about any of the movements that I've mentioned or others that stretch back to the 1920s, I encourage these books, Peter, for your benefit: Accessible America, my book, Camera Abstrusa by Hara Kazuo, Health Communism, brilliant book, and Black Disability Politics. Thank you very much.
You so much, and it's so fascinating to learn about the history of disabilities. And I totally agree that I think we both need design exercises, but we need to accompany them with these kind of readings to understand the depth and the struggles and that people with disabilities have been through. So I'd like to welcome Peter Sading. from the setting group. He's going to give his perspectives on inclusion and accessibility. I can put a chair, maybe.
Questions? You want me to? So you are standing? Oh.
Maybe if you want. There, sir. Now bring the microphone.
Hey, everybody.
Right. Microphone.
Right.
And I have the slides ready.
All right. Thank you. First of all, thank you so much to New York Tech, to Athena and Sue and Maria for including me in this incredibly important conversation. I want to urge everyone to read David's book, The Architecture of Disability. It's not only readable, but incredibly informative. And if you haven't seen the documentary Crip Camp, which I think is on Netflix, it really does more of a deep dive that's somewhat funny sometimes into the disability rights movement and the creation of the ADA. So, and David, it occurred to me that as you were talking about the Green Lawn folks, I think there's a parallel to deaf culture in the US, which some aspects of deaf culture really want to separate themselves from hearing culture and insist on it. So there's lots of things going on. There's so much to talk about in what you've laid out. And so to begin, I wrestled with what to call this talk, and I settled on the future history of accessibility, but I also thought of calling it normalizing accessibility and also the trouble with inclusion. And that's something I might get into later if there's time. But the future history of accessibility is kind of a nod to my late brother, who was a co-chair of the first working group on the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG, which basically laid the groundwork for web accessibility. And late in his life, toward the end of his life, John, who had leukemia, had brain damage from surgery and radiation and chemo, and his speech was very slurred, had no control over his hands or his balance, and of course he was blind. He got my attention. He said, "I have a question." I said, "What?" He said, "Are you going to finish the book?" And we had never discussed a book, so I didn't know what he was talking about. And I told him, and he got very annoyed because he's an older brother and younger brothers can be very annoying. And he said, "The History of Accessibility." And I thought, oh, that's a book. And I didn't write it yet, but maybe. But what it made me realize, as I've thought about it over the years, and of course that question has stuck with me, is where do we fit in accessibility? Right now we are in this moment, and I realized as I thought about it and what I do in this space, we're droplets in the tidal wave of accessibility demands that are rising across the world, really, as the needs of people with accessibility needs, the needs of people with disabilities and other accessibility needs are brought to the attention of people who haven't had any time or reason to think about them. So if you want an idea of just how extensive and how fully intertwined with our society the call for accessibility in different places and ways is, this next slide, is there's a wonderful newsletter out of Austin, Texas called Accessibility in the News. It's a weekly newsletter. It's free. I urge everyone to take a look at it. This is a slide from 2018, but from then on, it's been coming out every week, and it just has an amazing range of headlines talking about developments in accessibility all over the world. In the US, it can be about education, it can be about educational textbooks or spaces, about urban spaces, about government websites. It can be about parks and recreational facilities or hospital facilities, or just the fight of one person to gain access to something or someplace. It's everywhere. And every time I read it, I think there's so much to do. And look how much is being done, but there's always more. So, excuse me. So what happens in the world for those of us who have accessibility needs? And we've always been challenged to deal with typical architecture and the typical urban space. And so then there are challenges of, to me, a big challenge of what's typical and what's atypical. A good friend of mine and I, a blind person, we don't live in the same city, but we talk often on the phone. And when we bring up someone the other one doesn't know, the question is always, are they normal? It's kind of a snarky question. And we go, oh, yes, they're normal. And of course, we know we're normal too. And and we know that really everyone is kind of normal or kind of atypical, or all these, I think these words are very interchangeable. A colleague of mine, Michael Hinkson, who's blind and who wrote the book Thunderdog, which details his exit from the World Trade Center on 9/11, helped by his guide dog. It says that, if you go by the guidelines of the Americans with Disabilities Act, when Thomas Edison invented light fixtures in 1878, he was simply creating a reasonable accommodation for people who are light dependent to function. And through this since then, we've all made we need light to function. Most people do need light to function. And historically, people went to bed very early when it got dark. And, it's time to go to bed because there's nothing to do. So I've got my little cheat sheet here on my phone. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So let's, what's happening is now, of course, things are grafted on, accessible solutions are grafted onto urban environments, because the urban environments, with the exception of curb cuts, for the most part, haven't been created with people with accessibility needs in mind. The next slide, please. This is a slide of the entrance to the Stephen Perlman, Ronald Perlman Performing Arts Center at the World Trade Center site. And it has this grand staircase, which is clearly inaccessible. And the reason it has this, it's raised up, is that it's constructed over the intersecting currents of 13 subway lines. So it was certainly an engineering challenge. And one resolution of that engineering challenge to make the building accessible is, I think that to the left of the staircase is a tunnel. And that tunnel leads to an elevator. for wheelchair users and people with other accessibility needs. Now, the blind architect, Chris Downey, refers to it's called the door handle, the doorknob or door handle of a building. He calls it the handshake of the building. And I'm thinking, well, if the tunnel is a handshake, then that's a different kind of handshake. And I think that reflects how at some point that was the easiest and simplest solution the architects came up with, when they might have explored a more elegant way for wheelchair users to enter the building. I will say, though, that the Performing Arts Center, one of the things they've done to ameliorate that issue and others, it's a very confined space inside, and we'll get to that later, is they have created a position called the accessibility manager of accessibility. So that is someone who really manages all aspects of accessibility at the center. And I would love to see more of that around, where that's become an important, instead of DEI or along with DEI, I think of accessibility as a very different animal. So where we are now in accessibility, in design for the needs of people with accessibility, is the conflict between what normal people or typical people or able-bodied people, if you will, understand as what someone with a disability might need and what that person actually does need. And so the demands of the disabled user and the understanding of the design supplier, design provider, the designer can be in conflict. And it's not just the designer, it's of course society at large. And of course, the movement I talked about, the very varied movement of the droplets that create the tidal wave are addressing that, but they just will take a long time to arrive, to penetrate into society. Now, recently I was at a meeting on a Zoom call with about 20 other blind people, and the call was being hosted by two sighted people who are tech entrepreneurs, and they're developing and have developed a navigation app, a wayfinding app for blind people. And we had this meeting just with some users and beta testers to discuss what they're doing. And one of them asked the question of the group, what's the most accessible experience you've had in New York City? And I thought, well, it's a reasonable question. But then I thought, well, and said, the most accessible experiences I've had in New York City are ones that I cannot remember because I didn't think about whether or not they were accessible, because they were so accessible as to allow me to simply feel present and doing what I want to do, going where I needed to go, and accomplishing what I needed to accomplish. I didn't have to wrestle with an accessibility accommodation or intervention. And so I could, for example, I could physically go where I wanted to go. I could read the website I wanted to read. I could have the conversation I wanted to have. Now, I call these three things the three dimensions of accessibility. You're all very familiar, and I am glad you're steeping yourselves in what is physical accessibility, physical and environmental accessibility, creating that accessibility through design. And I don't know how many of you have much experience with digital accessibility, but it's such an important and essential piece of living for today, for anyone who has any kind of print disability. And that's what I was referring to earlier about the web content accessibility guidelines. And just like in design schools, in web development and coding courses, there's very little attention paid to accessible design, what makes something accessible. And of course, you have solutions getting drafted on later. The third element, the third dimension of accessibility is what I call social accessibility, the ability to interact appropriately with someone with a disability, or for the person with a disability to have an equitable experience with whoever they're working with. And that's really why I launched my organization, the Slayton Group, because of all the difficult and fraught encounters I've had out in public, and especially in the service environment, customer service environment, with people who really want to help, but are frankly conflicted about what to do when confronted with someone with a disability. There is often what I call the contagion response, which is basically fear. I don't want to catch what you have. That's kind of biological, I think, because historically you could catch a disability. What is polio after all? But something you can catch. So we have to learn to deprogram that attitude, and that, of course, takes time. But I think that once we start looking at these three different dimensions of accessibility, we really will begin and address them one by one and then integrate them. We can begin to make more headway. Excuse me. You know, and this brings to mind actually all of you in this room with just a shout out or a quick call. How many of you are born around or after 1990? Nobody?
There are tons of them like raising their hands.
Oh, raising their hands. That doesn't help me. Just give a quick shout.
Shout out.
Speak up.
Me.
Yeah, thank you. So you are part of, since you were born around or after the passage of the ADA in 1990, you have come into a world where you found the rights of people with disabilities already codified into law. So almost by default, you have or will come to understand that people with disabilities have equal rights and have the rights to be out in public, to crawl across the street if we want, to although that's a little in your face, but you know, but prior to that, you know, and people with disabilities were institutionalized. They still are to some degree. And by the way, people until fairly recently, people have been forcibly sterilized here in the US. Anyway, my friend, who's one of the, again, one of the pioneers of web accessibility, her name is Sharon Rush, and she has a nonprofit called Nobility, spelled K-N-O-W, Nobility. She calls these younger people the ADA generation. And I think that sums it up well, except I also think it doesn't go far enough. It's really, we have the ADA generation, but we also have to, and again, I think this generation does this, begin to look at where else we need to be. Society needs to create more of a flat hierarchy, and I'll use the word inclusive because to be open, to be accessible to people with other frames of reference, the queer frame of reference, other gender identity frames of reference, racial identities, gender identities, neurodiversity, et cetera, so that accessibility in the way we are, in the way I am talking about accessibility up here, is much broader than just physical accessibility. It is this dimension of social accessibility, of human interaction and understanding. So how do we get architecture into that space? That's a good question. And I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Okay. So sorry. How do we get architecture into that space? And I took a quick look online and I saw that according to a study published by Autodesk earlier this year, about 60 to 70% of architecture professors nationwide are white males, although over 50% of architecture students are non-white people, and I don't remember the gender proportion, but I think it's over 50% female. And what this sets up is a situation where it's still going to take time for the lessons that are being transmitted here at New York Tech to the student body today, and to when these students take over the profession, become avid and active practitioners and directors and have their own studios and bring this new framework of the world to the fore. I was invited to speak to a graduate class at architecture department at, I think it was Florida International University. And one of the students told me that one of his design professors had told the class not to worry about accessibility and ADA when they were designing their projects, because that really didn't matter. And I guess I get that. You want the free expression to, as you are learning to flow. You don't want to be inhibited, intimidated, etc., by some regulation or other. But what that does is then set you up for failure in the sense of hitting a wall down the road. How do we correct that? How do we change that dynamic so that accessibility, whether you're talking physical and environmental design, web design, is seamlessly part of what is being created? And to me, the only way it can be accomplished is if it becomes a design driver, the way you might traditionally think of light or form or volume as or context, urban context as a design driver. Accessibility has to be one of those primary motivators, a prime mover of the design concept. And again, well, let's go to the slides I'll run through these quickly. There aren't too many, but the next slide. Okay, I will be quick. So the first slide is that you'll see is the map, a tactile map of the Performing Arts Center that I mentioned earlier. It was created by an organization, a firm called Tactile Studio, which works mainly in the arts, trying to create and enhance accessibility for arts organizations. Next slide. This is a slide of a tactile trail at the Louvre, Abu Dhabi, and in which 14 stations that are accessible with tactile models and other modifications are there for people to check out, making it easier to go through. So the next slide is I'm referring to the firm of headed by Joel Sanders, and he's really focused on the advanced framework I was discussing before that involves not just accessibility, sensory accessibility. As you see in the slide, there are three labs that overlap. There's sensory accessibility, neurodiversity, and gender. And by looking at how you can create to bring all those into that position of design driver is how they take their work front and center. I'll show you a couple examples of work. The first is, yeah, thank you. These are part of it's designed for a residential facility at the University of Virginia. These are called audio cones, which you can see, and they are basically designed to, or acoustic cones. They're in a lounge that where the acoustics are as managed for acoustic pleasantry. They also double as lamps apparently, so that's a neat solution. Then there is the next slide is the Sorensen Language and Communications Center at Gallaudet University in Maryland. And for those of you who don't know, Gallaudet is a U.S. chartered school for the deaf, institution of higher learning for deaf people. And the Sorensen Center is, again, there are notes on these slides that I'm afraid you can't see, and I can't remember. But if anyone wants to know more, please contact me. They work in trying to break down the barrier, create barrier-free zones and different acoustic zones, different lighting zones, and all with wayfinding that helps people find their way, of course. The next slide is one of the Living and Learning Residence Hall, number 6 at Gallaudet. The next 2 slides. And one of the features I can point out in this is there are the corners are rounded, or there aren't corners because, well, these were designed to deaf designs specifications, and deaf people approaching each other from different directions don't want to round a corner where they can't see. So that's just a recipe for collision. So those are just two examples. There are so many examples, and I recommend looking at the work of Chris Downey and Jeffrey Mansfield of Mass Design Group. He's a deaf architect and has done some wonderful things, not just at Gallaudet, but elsewhere. Last 2 slides. The first one is, these are just examples of people who are going, looking at other ways to address accessibility in society, and not just through design, but through other ways. Akoyo is a company run by a friend of mine who is deaf. And quickly, he was, when I went to get my first iPhone at the Apple Store in 2009, because I was excited because I could use VoiceOver. He was my salesperson. Well, he was deaf and I was blind, and he couldn't hear VoiceOver, and I couldn't see how to make it work. And fortunately, my daughter was around to help. So anyway, so he created Akoyo, which is basically an acoustic and a design studio and a design consultancy around acoustic environments, sound environments. The last slide is something else. This is called Enable Ventures. And Enable Ventures is a VC group, interestingly funded by someone named Jim Sorensen, who is the same Sorensen behind the Sorensen Language and Communication Center at Gallaudet. Enable Ventures was founded by a woman named Regina Klein, who's an attorney. She was a leading ADA rights attorney, but she now sees, and I heard her speak recently and said, I have to include this. She sees that investment capital is, as she says, aligning with the needs of people with disabilities, aligning with that opportunity to engage with the world of people with disabilities, because that world is all around us. And whether we're normal or abnormal or typical or atypical, you can all decide what label you want to use. At some point, you might need some kind of intervention, reasonable accommodation, and you could even be unreasonable about it, but just go for it. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, and you're really giving us a lesson here to us and our students on how important it is to get direct experiences from people with disabilities and listen to kind of their kind of what they identify as issues and what you should fix to kind of really make our courses inclusive. Yes, so I'd like to ask all of our speakers to come back in stage. There'll be a chair shortly. The chairs are coming. And we're going to have a discussion. So I'd like to invite my colleagues, Nader Vasugian and Marta Caldera, to join the speakers of our first session for a moderated discussion. And I'll say a few words about our moderators. Excuse us here for the messy chairs. So Nader Vasugian is a professor at NYT. He's a historian, curator, and theorist of architecture. His work has received fellowship support from the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, the German Academic Exchange Service, the Jan van Eyck Academy, the Canadian Center for Architecture, and many others. Vasugian's main research interest lies in the relationship between architecture and communication. The primary focus of his work has been modern architecture's relationship to intellectual history, politics, and technology during the course of the 20th century. Nader's publications include Auto Neura, The Language of the Global Polis, which was reviewed in major newspaper outlets such as New York Times Book Review, in addition to journals and architectural periodicals. Marta Caldera is an assistant professor at NYT. She's an architect and historian. Her academic research investigates modern discourses of architecture and the city, with a particular focus on historical context of political transition. Her writings have appeared in high-impact journals, and her research has been supported by important foundations and received awards. Marta received a professional diploma in architecture from Faculdade de Arquitectura Universidade Técnica de Lisboa, Portugal, and a master's in architectural design, a PhD in architectural history and theory from Columbia University. So thank you. I'll bring over microphones to everyone. I can have more. Thank you, Tina. Oh, we are ready.
You want to start? Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So, thank you. First of all, I want to begin by thanking so much our speakers today for launching our event in such a great note. First, with starting with Paula and Evangelos, showing us how notions of body standards were created, but also then criticized since the advent of modern architecture and became so pervasive, right? And also for congratulations on still the ongoing show at the MoMA. I highly recommend everyone to see it. And then David, then you showed us these moments in the history of disability activism, right? Sort of the reactions then to these wide implementation of the typical, the standards and how they've shaped then the environments in such constraining ways for so many. And then Peter, then thank you also for showing us where we are today, both in terms of some of the exciting progresses at the different levels of accessibility that I think that already by breaking it down in these three different fronts is already giving us keys to engage with and open up our conversations, even in terms of design, right? Of thinking of accessibility, not just in physical terms, but then also in the digital and then in the social accessibility, which I found very, very stimulating. But also then in terms of the work that still remains to be done, right? And so there, I think that what I would like to start by opening up the conversation by bringing up what has been sort of a key term in this conversation for designers and in architectural culture is a term of standards, right? And of design standards, body standards. And as you already mentioned, Evangelos, then how they've been developed since the beginnings of modern architecture and came to stay, right? And they're still there. And also then by addressing this question of standards in design, that mostly based on still on simplified or idealized body figures, but that on the one hand, as this sort of narrowly defined constructs, and ones that can, while purportedly universal, can be very limiting, right, in terms of the imagination, and then also of access, right, and then just reinscribing or reinforcing regimes of exclusion, right? But on the other hand, then the standards that can also become then the tool through which then changes can be implemented and reinforced, right? Including even for the ADA, since the ADA came in, and how then change can be sort of pursued, right? So these double sides of this concept of standards. And just what I wanted to bring to the three of you to the table is then how can we start then opening up this idea of standards in design or in architecture to decenter it, right, from where it has started, based on the ideas of either the able body or its focus on use, right, of a sort of functionalist approach that is limited. Then the question of accessibility to just questions of basic living, but with excluding then other aspects of accessibility, but then also while shifting, then bringing in more voices and more perspectives, including disabled perspectives, and how they can then help us reimagine, right, different environments, and thinking even in the context of our professions or even of education, right? How, from your experiences, then how can we start to then to bring this conversation even to our classrooms, right? So I wanted to open up the conversation to you all. And this is, again, even questioning, should we be still holding on to these concepts, or should, what other terms, the importance of terminology, and what we use in our conversations with our students, with our colleagues, with professionals. Anyone would like to start?
Joseph and Josephine.
We have Nader also here, who is like the expert on the topic, but we can speak also from a very personal experience. Like Peter talked about the generation of being born in, a disability law being codified. I think we represent a generation in which these body standards were considered a given for architectural education. So for people like Paula and me, educated in Europe, Neufert and the book of the body standards would be the first thing you were given, along with designing the first house, for your first semester. So just like being aware of the construction, the social construction of these technologies, I think is one important thing. The other interesting thing to note is that, all these figures and all these standards were really invented for a reason. And sometimes, the intentions, let's say, did not anticipate the consequences of like any design. So these were meant really to be a helping aid in many ways, or to emancipate actually architects to make better designs. But then this question of the range which they accommodate or not is the real issue here. And yeah, I mean, I think in our in our presentation, we thought it was important to be very critical and to be able to discuss all these figures and their histories and their hidden pasts, but also, especially in the space of education, I think it's very important to provide some counter examples of what so that one doesn't feel literally kind of unable to act. So showing examples that can be constructive or imaginative, that open liberatory potentials is very crucial.
Oh, go ahead, Peter, please. I'm thinking of two examples from this book project that I'm working on now. One of which relates to some of the images you showed. So when Henry Dreyfuss and Alvin Tiley were developing the standards for Joseph and Josephine, the numerical information that they got for the female figure was from a woman named Ruth O'Brien, who was given money for the federal government by the garment industry to aid the garment industry to develop standardized clothes sizing, which we all have now. This is a post-war development. And it's in, when you learn the stories of the development of these standards, they become very suspect, and you do begin to wonder about what we should do as a response. So for example, Ruth O'Brien decided that she would only measure native-born white women, from a certain age to a certain age limit. She had standardizations for measuring them, but she was a little baffled as to how to come up with standardized clothes sizes in the United States. And in the appendix of the book, she throws out all these systems, some of which will sound bizarre to us. She, of course, came out with the idea of small, medium, large, extra large, or 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, which we all know. But she also said that in her measurements that she noticed that people that lived in the countryside tended to be skinnier. Poverty in the US used to be associated with, emaciation, not obesity. And so she said, should we have country 1, country 2, urban 3? And she noticed that there were class differences also. And so she argued, should clothing reflect these different aspects? And there was, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there was one other figure that she suggested, but she said that no woman would want to go to a department store and ask for this figure because it was, like very large, there was, the systems would be denigrating to somebody if they asked for them. So that's just one of many other examples. But standards, when we think of standards, we do think of Joseph and Josephine. But when you look at the histories, it extends to everything. I think Peter mentioned door handles. The notion that architecture spaces should be built around grip, from everything from these chairs that we have to doors, is an idea that comes from eugenic thinking, actually, in the early 20th century regarding the ideal physicality of people. And grip is something that people wrote quite a bit about. So one of the reasons that CP is so threatening from a eugenic perspective is because grip is a very difficult thing to achieve. But it's not just the figure. Like we could go through this room and notice how this concept of grip is built into so many spaces, an idea that really does not exist as a kind of focus of design before about 1915 or 20. So we don't even, most of us that are architects or designers don't even understand the depth of standards that are around us and how invidious they are. So I think that's the first step. And then beginning to respond is absolutely important.
All right, that's all good. I'm going to go at this from a slightly different perspective, which is I recently wrote about the differences between the ADA and the Accessible Canada Act. And I've been doing a little bit of work on that. I learned that though we think of ourselves here in the US as, we championed accessibility rights in 1990, so we must have been first. Well, and the Canadians in 1982 enshrined disability rights into their constitutional charter. So they were a little bit ahead of us. And these two, by the way, these two sets of standards, the ACS and the ADA, the ACA and the ADA, have different enforcement mechanisms as might befit these two very different countries. One is here in the US, we basically enforce the ADA through litigation, and more litigation. In Canada, it's more like they really hope you do the right thing. But I want to just quickly go into something else, which is we have, and there was a slide I neglected to mention, which was a slide of a ramp, your standard ramp, designed again by Joel Sanders' firm. And it's about going beyond compliance. Of course, compliance is the floor and not the ceiling. But another difference, another contrast I like to make, or maybe a parallel, is between the ADA and LEED. And I think of these as two sides of the same coin. Only LEED was created and developed to give, not just to give people standards, architect standards, but it became an incentive for people to gain another level of learning, get different certificates, and then out in the world of the client, especially for commercial clients, it became a tool for developers and owners of corporate buildings to get higher rents by providing more livable interiors. having higher and higher levels of a LEED certification meant you could charge higher and higher rents. The only thing you get if you make your building accessible is that your building's accessible, and if you don't make it accessible, you get slapped around by some of that litigation, which is not to say you don't deserve it, but it hasn't worked as well as it might in terms of an incentive. If only, I suppose the best incentive would be to have developers who have disabilities out there. But I do think there's something to be looked at in how classrooms educate about accessibility in contrast with LEED, and where the code fits and where the code can be exploited, whether it's a tool from where you start or just a goal to get to.
Thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much.
Yes,
Oh, excuse
just
Sorry.
just a few notes on what you were pointing out, Marta. You were starting by the word standards, and of course, standards, is what leads to standardization, and it's obviously related to efficiency and an acceleration of industrial processes and meant to make, many aspects of many people's lives easier also for designers, because you don't have to redraw the human every time. You just have this template that you use and circulate. But you also mentioned another word that I thought was super important in this. This leaves out, the room for imagining other possibilities, right? And one of the things we were trying to do with the works in the exhibition was to show this history and this chronology of the development of design standards, but also bring as many alternatives and, undo these standards as much as possible. I really liked in your presentation, David, when in the Green Lawn, there was in the manifesto this refusal of design. And, maybe that's what, it's more needed, like not looking for so many useful spaces, but also, but create as many possibilities as possible, and open up really the range of things and make them circulate, because if they don't circulate, they are not part of the common imaginarium.
I first want to thank all of you for your really brilliant and insightful presentations, and the organizers. I've been at NYT for 19 years, and I think this is, for me, the most intellectually impactful symposium that I've been part of. So thank you for organizing this, and for also inviting me to play a small role in all of it. I follow skateboard culture, and on Thrasher magazine's cover a number of years ago, they featured a Brazilian skateboarder on the cover, paraplegic, and he was riding a stairwell. Anyway, that's not important. What's important is something he said in the interview that I want to share with you all and hear your thoughts about. He relates a story about how he was back home in Brazil, and the skateboard is how he rolls around town. And he tried to get on the bus once, and the bus driver refused him access. And he said, "Why are you not allowing me on the bus?" And the bus driver's answer was, "No skateboards allowed." So what do you do with the fact that even under the best of circumstances, our existing ideas about accessibility tend to reify and reproduce entrenched stereotypes about what it means to be disabled? What do you do with that state of affairs? What role can designers play in helping broaden the imagination?
I'm going to be very polite, but the very first page of my book, it talks about being invited to a conference where I give a presentation very much like this one. that's critical of accessibility, but all the questions are almost always about access. And as much as I appreciate your question, I think it's absolutely critical that we understand that the contributions or the quote unquote problems or the engagements of disabled people with the physical world can extend far beyond the problems of access. And, you know, it's, I mean, the situation you described, I've experienced many times. I ride an arm-powered bicycle. It's called the hand cycle. When I go on the ferry in New York City, they tell me no bikes, and I'm like, and sometimes I don't wear my artificial limb, and I say it's a wheelchair, and so you debate back and forth and eventually resolve it. But the issues that disabled people deal with in a place like New York City or anywhere really in the United States is access to healthcare, affordable housing. The problems of the fact that we're sitting on a stage that's two steps up can be solved. The deeper problems of the right of disabled people to live and be able to take care of themselves in this country involve architects, but it doesn't involve ramps, it doesn't involve elevators. It involves a different set of questions, which doesn't involve standards. It involves really reimagining how disabled people engage the profession, engage students. And also it involves, as I always say at these events, hiring more and more disabled people into architecture schools so that they can represent this particular perspective. So I appreciate your question, but I just think it creates this kind of narrow way in which we address disability in architecture. And I think it's so much more expensive. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I think it does that, but it's the way most people can relate to accessibility needs. It means you're refused entry or you're excluded. And that makes me want to go back to something I said at the top of my presentation. It has to do with language. And I think the diversity, equity, and inclusion movement comes from a place of privilege. And I think the most privileged word there is inclusion. And I'd like to replace that word, because to be included, you have to be invited. Someone has to extend a hand, say, come on in. And the Green Lawn folks were right. They were already here. We're already here. So it's more like acknowledgement than inclusion.
The right to exist, but in their case.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I mean, just to give a very quick example, sorry, just to go on. So building construction is the most disabling form of labor in the United States, right? I mean, it's astronomical, and the higher, compared to other industries, the higher you make a building, the more stories it has, the more increase there is with injury, the higher the insurance costs for the contractor, et cetera. It's something like 75 to 80% of career construction workers in the United States will have a permanent and severe physical disability by the time they retire. It's extraordinary. Yet you don't hear that in discussions about disability in architecture, but that our profession and our building practices create impairments. And so this is something that I think is critical to talk about in architecture schools and professionally. Yeah. And again, doesn't present disability as a problem of use. It deals with a larger kind of structural problem that we have to confront.
Do you mean is it an epistemological problem?
Well, the question is, let's say you're in a build, like, for example, I was working on a project in southern Ridgewood, Queens, that has about something around 40% of the buildings are only 1 story tall in the southern part. And, developers want to bring these tall buildings in, and people in the neighborhood protest the tall buildings, not just because of the increase in housing expense, because people in the neighborhood, someone worked in the Hogar Molina is the guy's name, who worked worked on one of these buildings, fell to his death. And so they just feel like they're a problem from many different levels. So if you're an architect in a neighborhood that's made up of 1-story buildings where people can age in place and live out their lives, and you make the choice to make a 15-story building, you tell yourself you're addressing the quote unquote housing crisis, which you might be, but you're also introducing other things. So it's just about a kind of ethical debate one has. Yeah.
And where are the engineers and others who can address this problem and maybe create alternate materials, alternate means of construction, and alternate ways of talking to developers and risk managers at insurance companies to say these risks aren't acceptable, so you have to do something else.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we open?
Yeah, I mean, sure. We can open one question to the public and then we need to go to
To
break.
move on? Okay, let's see. Pablo, you want to? on?
Thank you so much for the presentations. I think it's a wonderful symposium. I agree with Nader's comment. I just wanted to ask you because I'm from Argentina and the government actually spoke about late 1990s, changing the linguistic signifier in terms of what Peter is talking about regarding the epistemology of calling people disabled and change it by law, calling it people with special abilities, meaning that the people with special abilities. And I give you an example. For instance, Jorge Luis Borges, which is one of our greatest writers, could not have done what he did unless he was became blind, right? So meaning that his memory actually increased, other senses increased as a default condition of becoming blind. So I wonder if there is any reference to actually that shift, like thinking about the problem of spatial ability in relationship to increasing other type of abilities, so that we don't think about people in different terms. Because I believe that in our society, we cannot just get rid of people towards imposing a certain type of standard. And I think that that's the role of the standard, to actually weed out special abilities and actually think that there is a better society which doesn't exist without including everybody's abilities. So in that sense, I wonder how you think about that in terms of the language, and how you think forward in terms of new technologies in which, for instance, people with special abilities are able to perform new type of duties beyond human ability, normal human abilities.
May I? I'll just, I think is fascinating because it does go right to language as the way we frame things and how important language is. And I don't want to speak for anyone else. I don't think Borges had special abilities other than the ability to be a brilliant writer. And his memory wasn't enhanced. He paid more attention to it. And disability at the current stage in the disability movement, I think the term disability is welcomed because it is an identity claimer that doesn't, I think special abilities carries a certain kind of judgment that's precious. Just like another example would be hidden disability. That shows that shows a certain kind of shame about disability. So if we say apparent or non-apparent, these don't carry judgments with them. They are just descriptors. So to say I have a disability, I'm perfectly happy to claim that disability. Do I think I'm special? Of course I do, but I don't want to be referred to that by the government, because then they'll come get me.
Well, I'm sorry to kind of close the conversation. I would love to kind of continue discussing. This is really fascinating. But our dean will have to leave, and I really want to get a group photo with, yes, a group photo with everyone. We're also a little bit behind of time. So thank you so much. And I'd like to ask all of you speakers and the speakers for the next sessions to go outside in the banner, and we're going to get a group photo with our dean. And then we're going to have a 10-minute break before our next session. Thank you all for the wonderful conversation, and our moderator.
Thanks for speaking that up.
Yeah, thanks.
No, I haven't seen the show yet. I can't wait to come see it. Yeah. I would love to see it with you here in the office. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like an amazing show.
The podium here?
It's a conversation piece.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah. Yeah. is it when I was a lecturer at Bowen, we got many we got training in how to blind. That was really cool. Do they still do that?
Apologies on the question. It's new knowledge. Good, good.
Just take a record. Did you just
Yeah, I signed it.
She was afraid. Very good.
Yeah, I mean, I've already talked about it.
Oh, sorry. Makes sense. Yeah, it's very good. I'm like, let me.
I mean, some of these guys are.
Another one.
Yeah.
Later today.
Yep.
Yeah, that's wow. I like that. So if I never like it's
Yeah, if they're gonna like clean up and stuff, that's be like
oh, that's the other topic there was some like Aaron texted me and Aaron was just like, yeah, I'll have a couple. It's also yeah, with form. Yeah. It was like maybe like yeah. Yeah, I did environmental before the flood, and it was like nice people, so I do like parents. And the tree got so. Well, actually, that gives me an hour to get here, but one more session. No.
Hi. Meet you in person. You in person. So happy. Yeah, this is my bag. Yeah, just for the person. Actually, no, I can totally bring as well.
You guys are gonna get, you made me think not with us. Huh? One third of it. I do be a prerequisite. So when I saw station, it's important.
Yeah, everything's, yeah, something like that, like, something that's.
But of course I do something now, but.
Yeah, they have a very.
What does the solution for students in that situation?
Before they went, oh, let's see. There's you.
Okay, great.
There's me.
Have some slides.
Four. Yeah. Okay. Over there. Okay. So. We were just checking. Thank you so
It's like whatever, it's like with. I can do this 5 minutes or an hour. How do you know? Actually.
Yes. Yeah, I'm okay. Like a little bit more real, you know. But yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Well, I managed to go out and vote.
Yeah, that's
All the conference on nice thing about having the build up the knowledge, emphasize it, but
Yeah.
I think she already said.
You're not selling.
room, you know, like as a journalist, I would. Especially last one.
You don't have to restart somebody. Yeah. So there's a series of talks about students.
Right. I mean, that should go.
But yeah, I came from academia.
Well, I think it's you.
I also like this. Too is that like where's
It's what happened.
so they gave me because I'd already gone.
Oh, that's nice.
Baseline might not talk about
Yeah, but like.
no, she is.
Okay, well.
It's just two of us here.
Well, your team is too.
First company in London.
Right, here.
I think the biggest job. Yeah, so you know, my office is LA. Water to Quiet. I do my own quiet. Oh, I've been. Yeah, it's kind of like there's like a barrier.
There's a season?
Yeah, there is. Rendering. Oh, I don't really know. Oh, you're able to. Also.
I noticed this.
I got stuck. I think that. Okay.
Next slide. Sensory deprivation.
Yeah.
Strategy.
I had a sweatshirt on. I had to take it off.
Yeah.
Maybe now they'll just be building all year. But yeah, that being said, it's nice too, and then. It's like.
You know what? I think that even at
Responsibilities.
yeah, like fun.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we have one here.
You can just film every week.
Exactly.
Not be like I have this, that.
Yeah, just get on the plane, you know, because I'm an artist. I still like to travel. Swinging your body across the atmosphere on an hour. Yeah, and it's like, I mean, it's kind of do it. I like when I go to Mexico.
I know, I'm excited.
9 weeks.
Yeah. You can't really.
That's where I got some.
On the other side.
Yes.
It was good. It's kind of like I don't have to been like that long.
Where did I come?
Yeah, and it was kind of still hurricane season, so it wasn't. First time I think I stopped myself. Dave.
Real quick.
Almost impressive.
Good, but it wasn't that. So it's like, it's good.
This is not yours, it's not mine.
I don't.
I know. I've never, you know, doing that studio. Yeah, well, we can always turn this. We have a lot of. That's done. I mean, that makes it now they. Like it's people walk. See, that's good as a model.
How long did you work for?
Yeah.
So we have like a wallet and a little like a banana bag. If anyone lost that, let us know. You have a name in there?
Yeah,
Yeah, please, that would be great.
Data?
Not either.
Not yes.
Not
Oh, did I? Oh, I left my bank bag over there.
It's like.
Okay,
but I-
everybody.
it's-
Exactly, everybody.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry.
Really?
No, not at all. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I was told they cannot hear me in the back, so can you hear me now? I guess better.
Yeah.
All right, welcome everyone back for our second session of our Atypical Architecture Symposium. The second session is inclusive design interventions. And so we'll address like how we design to address diverse abilities, how do we deconstruct stereotypes in design practice. We'll have with us Jennifer Carpenter, who is a founding principal of Verona Carpenter Architects, a Manhattan-based architecture and interior design firm. Through build work, research, and teaching, the firm works at the intersection of physical and social sustainability with an approach that centers neurodivergence and disability to design for the widest range of bodies and minds. Jennifer has practiced over 25 years and is a New York City mentor for minority and women-owned businesses. She's a registered architect and lead accredited professional, an active member of NYC AIA Social Sciences Committee, and co-author of Inclusive Design for Structural Engineers for the UK Institution of Structural Engineers. We also have Dr. Amy Hurst. He's an associate professor at NYU with a joint appointment in the Department of Occupational Therapy in the Standard School of Culture, Education, and Human Development and the Department of Technology, Culture, and Society in the Tandon School of Engineering. She's the director of the NYU Ability Project, an interdisciplinary research space dedicated to the intersection between disability and technology. Amy received her MS and PhD in Human-Computer Interaction from the Human-Computer Interaction Institute at Carnegie Mellon, and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the Georgia Institute of Technology. Then I'll also contribute in this session. So a little bit about myself. I'm an assistant professor of architecture, health and design here at New York Tech, and co-director of the Remedial Lab, research lab at the MS Health of Design. My research focuses on programmable material environments and enhance health and well-being through sensory interaction and the development of bio-based materials for healthier environments. I received my Master of Science and PhD in Design Computation with a minor in Human-Computer Interaction from MIT. And before that, I received my Diploma of Architectural Engineering and Master's in Design Culture from the National Technical University of Athens, Greece, where I'm also a registered architect. So first, I'd like to invite Jennifer at the podium, who will be presenting some of the exciting work on inclusion and neurodiversity they have been doing at Verona Carpet and Architects, and what it means to have a disabled space.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Hi, I'm Jennifer Carpenter. I'm a white woman. I'm middle-aged. I have salt and pepper hair that is mostly salt now. I'm wearing glasses and a blue pantsuit. I really love my job. I love what I do. I'm really excited about it. This week, I'm also feeling a lot of fear and sadness, and I imagine some of you are too. So I'm hoping that we can grant each other some grace around that. As Athena mentioned, I am one of the founding principals of Verona Carpenter Architects, and that's a practice that I lead with my partner, Irina Verona, on the Lower East Side. And we do a wide range of work, and you see some of it on the screen here. So we do historic renovations, libraries, education spaces, wellness spaces, and across these projects, we're really dedicated to trying to create a more inclusive world, one project at a time, by focusing on reducing the barriers to belonging. And by that, we mean physical barriers, but also sensory barriers and even cultural barriers. And my architecture education and the early part of my career did not prepare me for this approach that is now really central to my practice, but some things outside the traditional bounds of practice have. And so that includes teaching and writing and researching and advocacy. And all of these engagements are really pollinating our design work and also my design process. Design education is starting to wake up to disability, evidenced by all of us being together here today. Last spring, Irina, my partner, and I taught a studio at Columbia GSAP along with Jaron Herman, who you see in this photo on the right in the middle, a brilliant disabled choreographer and dancer. And on the left, you see a photo of an agenda pasted on the wall of Kayla Hamilton's studio. Kayla Hamilton is a low vision dancer. She allowed us into her studio to visit during this class because our studio was focused on the intersection between disability, architecture, and play. And something that Kayla did and that she does at the beginning of every practice is that she has a check-in where she goes around the room and asks everyone, and in this case, everyone included our entire design studio and also all of her dancers, are your access needs being met in this space? And it took a long time. It was inefficient. And at first I thought, wow, this is really we're gonna be here all day. It was incredible, and it created a space for inclusion in a way that I had never experienced before. A very eye-opening practice that I have learned a lot from. I'd like to rewind for a moment to 1990, when Congress would not pass the Americans with Disabilities Act. And so Tom Malone and Shayla Jackson, who you see on the screen, along with other disabled protesters, crawled up the steps of the inaccessible Capitol. And due to their unflagging advocacy, eventually the ADA did pass. And years later, architects cut and paste drawings like the ones you see here on the right onto our sets every day in an effort to comply. And this is hugely important, and it was hard fought. But the act of codifying accessibility in this way has had the perverse and I think unintended effect of preventing largely a more important and richer conversation between architecture and disability, because it seems like somehow the problem, quote unquote, of disability has been solved. So we've done the work, we're done, which of course is not true. Disabled is not a bad word. We've talked about this a bit already today, but many people have a hard time with it. And I think the inability to name disability is something that's holding architecture back as well as other aspects of our culture. Disability is not some inherent flaw in an individual. Autistic scholar Nick Walker has a great definition of the social model of disability that I'm sharing here. In the social model, disabled is understood as the opposite of enabled. Society is set up to meet the needs of people with a specific set of traits. When a person is disabled, we mean society isn't properly set up to enable their participation. And this image is from Raquel Messager-Zafe, a disabled and neurodivergent performer who works to create wider belonging in public space. Not all disability is related to physical impairments. Not all impairments are visible. Many neurodivergent people, for example, are disabled by the built environment, also by cultural expectations. So for example, in the built environment, too much sensory input, not enough sensory input. And this word neurodivergence was coined by Kassiana Asasamasu to mean any significant divergence from dominant cultural forms of neurocognitive functioning, so a cultural construct. And it's a broadly inclusive term, and it includes autism, ADHD, PTSD, Tourette's, other identities. And this image is from a performance by a dancer, Jen Freeman, from her piece, Is It Thursday Yet?, that explores her own autism. I think to create a sustainable future, we need to move away from this binary idea that able-bodied and neurotypical people are correct and therefore valued, disabled and neurodivergent on the other side are somehow to be corrected and lesser, and thereby move away from an architecture that's focused on really accommodating through access to some preferred and normative world, and towards a recognition that bodies and minds exist on a continuum, and that makes up our collective humanity, and that all body minds have worth. And I'm using this word body minds in the disability studies sense, referring to the interdependence and the inseparability of the body and the mind. And I propose an architecture that reflects this continuum in education, in process, and in product. And we need this not only because our global problems need multiple approaches, but also because art and culture and society are incomplete and lesser without the widest range of body minds at the table. And the drawing on the screen is our winning competition entry from a 2019 University of Louisiana Lafayette competition for a school, and it was a school for all learners, which is how we decided to respond to the brief that did not include anything about disability, to create a place for inclusion beyond physical access by providing flexibility and choice and agency with productive redundancies in the program designed for a range of learning styles so we could make a place that worked better for all learners. And I'd like to now share briefly 4 projects that we are working on currently or recently thinking about this going beyond beyond access with disability. And the first one is called the Neurodiverse City. And this is a project that we're completing in conjunction with WIP Collaborative and the Design Trust for Public Space. This is a multi-year project that reimagines public space for neuro-inclusion. And on the screen, you see a grid of 15 images that are by our office, Verona Carpenter, and also WIP. In this project, Verona Carpenter is focused on the public space of playgrounds, one of the most important public spaces in the city, I would say. There's over 2,000 of them in New York, and you can see the map at the upper right. And our work takes place over 3 phases: sensory audits, prototypes, and then policy recommendations in conjunction with neurodivergent self-advocates and with disability-focused partners, so that we make sure that we are always pursuing a co-creative process here. So it's not a it's a with design effort. And we're simultaneously really in the first and second phases right now. And our process includes engagement with students, and you see on the left an example of an elementary school session we did. Also live audits of existing playgrounds to hear directly and specifically from neurodivergent kids about what's working and not working for them, and what does better look like on a playground for them. We also have paper surveys done with the help of teachers and digital surveys for families and caregivers. So we're trying to give multiple means for people to engage with us to ensure a more inclusive process, because not everyone wants to interact in the same way. And here you can see a child is calling for a 200-foot slide and a 400-foot ladder. So we might need some structural engineering help from someone in the audience if you've got that expertise. Inclusive does not mean boring. Access does not mean bland or neutral. And currently for this project, we are working on a public school project in Harlem, where we are working actually on a cul-de-sac to create a respite and play space that's an alternative to the cafeteria, which is very overwhelming for many students, that will provide a range of sensory environments and a choice for kids and for teachers. The second case study I'll share is the Calhoun School, which we recently completed the first phase of a renovation for. This is a really quirky building. It was built in the 70s for a very progressive school, built around openness. So openness in the pedagogy, openness on the plan, an idea about an open mind needing to be reflected in an open space. However, over time, this openness had become a liability. It was no longer an asset because more and more kids packed into the same space and ad hoc renovations over time. And we were hired specifically for our sensory approach to creating more inclusive environments. And we started with a sensory audit process to understand the existing conditions through the eyes of the users. So teachers, administrators, but most importantly, the students, including the one that you see here on the bottom, kind of crawling under a desk. And they were demonstrating to us that this is where they go to get a sensory break, because there was no place at the school to do that when things got overwhelming. And so we codified what we heard on these plans. You're seeing an example from the 4th floor. And some of the things we heard were, we are eating lunch in the bathroom because the cafeteria is untenable because it's so overwhelming. We are in spaces where we can't hear the teacher, and the teaching spaces aren't equitable. There's physical accessibility issues, which we codified with the exclamation points on the plan. A lot of things came out of this audit process. One of the things that came out was the idea of uniform dividers between the teaching spaces that would do a lot of sensory jobs while still keeping the openness that was really key to this place and set them apart from other schools, and give some flexibility and choice and agency to the teachers and the students at the same time. On the left-hand side, you see a plan that's locating those dividers. On the right, an early sketch for that. And then here, the completed project, 2 photos of what you just saw in that sketch. And just looking at the image on the left for a moment, I'll just point out a few things. Acoustic spray on the ceiling above the divider, and acoustic panels on that divider to cut down on echo. A glass panel at the top of the divider that gives you light and air, keeps that openness, again, that's key to this place, while still shutting down some of the noise. Large, clear wayfinding to reduce anxiety. Chairs that are mobile, so they give sensory input. A lot of people need to fidget and get input to stay focused. This chair allows you to do that. Built-in storage to control clutter. Plant shelf near the window for some biophilia. A teacher desk that allows you to work when you're sitting or standing. Choice there. And on the right, digital and analog teaching tools. Ceiling fans for more thermal comfort beyond code requirements. Furniture redundancy. So what I mean by that is you'll see there's two little stools in the corner of the table you see on the right. These are tippy stools. They're not assigned to a student. So if you have 12 students in a classroom, maybe you have 14 places to sit because you could have two of these little tippy stools that give you the option of having even more input in a space. So this idea of redundancy beyond program, we think, is an important design measure for making more neuro-inclusive space. This redundancy approach can also apply to spaces. So in this place, we had 3 lounges, not one, for the students, including the student that had kind of crawled under the desk, with different sensory characteristics. And we're trying to put these lounges into circulation spaces to use every square inch, as you must do in New York, but to provide choice and options. The third case study I'll share is the Bobst Library renovation. This is the partial renovation of the important library at NYU that's a really central campus space. On this project, we were specifically the neuro-inclusion consultants to Todd Williams and Billy Chen, who were the architects on the job. This space is not only intimidating from the outside, as you might see in the upper right photo, but on the inside, on the ground floor, this highly patterned floor, highly patterned atrium space, fluorescent lights, some of them flickering, was so disabling to some students that they actually had permission to enter the library through the loading dock. And so our job, in conjunction with the architects, was to figure out how do we make this a place where people want to go that doesn't feel really like a lousy kind of airport space. The project design and execution was really lightning fast, just months long, but the library team had conducted a really robust study over many months with students, including with neurodivergent students and disabled students who are registered with groups at the school, to figure out what did better look like here. And so you see some examples of that process, an imagine if exercise on the left, looking at specific potential furniture pieces on the right. And then we at Verona Carpenter brought in additional neurodivergent self-advocates who we paid as consultants to look over design proposals and to give their feedback. So here you see the space post-renovation. And this is a place where students want to be now. It's used intensively at all hours. We've covered over this patterned floor with a carpet that not only tones down the sensory environment, but also visually, but also really helps to absorb sound. We've added floor lighting, which gives you more choice and agency and gives control to the students at that kind of furniture level. The fluorescent lights have just been turned off in many cases. So one thing we heard specifically from the neurodivergent self-advocates we talked to that I want to point out was we had an idea, and Todd Williams and Billy Chen wanted to have a uniform color on the floor and on the walls to kind of unify the space to create a little bit of a calmer environment. And one of our advocates said, look, make sure it's not too similar. Make sure there's some difference, texture difference, because I have poor body awareness. I will run right into that wall if it's too much the same. The last example I want to share with you is not a completed project, but I want to share it for process. And this was a dorm renovation. And we were proposing a renovation and expansion of this dorm at a university. And in developing our proposal in the competition phase, we did not have access to students. We did not have access to neurodivergent students or to any other to really get their input. So what we did is we worked with neurodivergent students at a school close to us to get their opinions on our proposal and to tell us, what do you want in a dorm? And out of this engagement process came the idea for a rooftop grown-up playground. And they said, if you build a playground on our dorm, everyone's going to be jealous. Everyone's going to want to come to us. And this was not something that we would have come to through a sort of best practices approach to the architecture. This came specifically out of this engagement process with disability. And so what I want to leave you with is this idea that when we really do design with this larger continuum of bodies and minds in mind, and also with participation in the design process, that we get a richer architecture for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And it's so important for students to learn how, like, to design inclusive environments. You need to involve the user in the process, and that materiality is very important as well. We have many students here from the interior design. So it's really fascinating to see your work. So next to the podium, I'd like to welcome Amy Hurst. She's going to talk about how to make making accessible.
Cool. Is this microphone on? I've seen everybody do it, but I had to double check. Hi, I'm Amy Hurst. I use she, her pronouns. I am a white woman with shoulder-length brown hair. I wear glasses. I'm also wearing the designer's uniform, which is all black. But to show I have personality and a punch of color, I have a blue mask on and bright blue shoes. So I am faculty at NYU. I'm also a researcher that spans many different fields. And disclaimer, I am not an architect. So my talk will be a little bit different than everybody else's. So I want to talk about, right, so my talk is making accessible, and I want to talk about the potential for this work. Again, I'm a researcher. Throughout my slides, I have kind of littered little citations for publications that myself and my colleagues have written. I'm also happy to provide these if you're interested in more, but I'm not always going to call them out. So the potential here for this work and this that I've been working on since like 2010 related to making accessible and studying the rise of the maker movement, I realize it's important to contextualize it. It happened at a different hype cycle of technology. Right now, I'd say, at least in my world, we're in the AI hype cycle where everyone's thinking about how do you integrate AI into everything and how does it solve every problem. And I think it's useful to contextualize this work is we started when making and 3D printing and at-home fabrication was the thing that everybody was talking about. So I wrote a bunch of different papers, and I think I was one of the first people in my field to talk about the potential for the maker movement, doing it yourself and relating that to accessibility. So I like to start this talk with a definition from the US Access Board of what is assistive technology. And on this slide, I have a bunch of photos that show many assistive technologies that you're probably familiar with. Some people may even be using in this room, ranging from glasses to devices that can amplify sound to different kinds of computer access to maybe even a sports wheelchair. And I like to read the definition here of an assistive technology, again, to really ground this work. And this is any item, piece of equipment, or product system, whether acquired commercially off the shelf or modified or customized, that is used to increase, maintain, or improve the functional capabilities of individuals with disabilities. So this sounds great, right? We've got a really clear definition of what is assistive technology. Designers and engineers can probably like dive right in and match function and to building technologies and solutions. Well, turns out it's actually a lot more complicated because people are complicated. Too often I see designers and engineers focus in accessibility only on the ability component. And here I have a photo of a person who's in a power wheelchair. And that's often the focus of like, okay, this is the functional ability. Let's find some technological solution that exactly matches that. However, people have these kind of pesky things that I call habits, where we often have and preferences, right? We have ideas of how we do tasks and how we do things. And I think in order to create accessible solutions, you need to think about all three of these things in that intersection of ability, habit, and preference. And this is where I like to cite, if you're interested in this, there is a rich literature of people who study and catalog assistive technology abandonment rates. And I'm always horrified that this number is usually about a third of the assistive technology devices that people get are not used. And there are a lot of people who study why, but a lot of the factors are the ability was focused on, but the habits and preferences of the target population are often ignored. And I think the opportunity that I see here, and connecting this back to the maker movement and DIY, is that I think this idea of people being able to get solutions quickly that are customizable, they're affordable, and they are reproducible, and that they can fix things when they break, can actually reduce this abandonment. And so this is where I've really focused a lot of this work, is on how much of this stuff ends up being unused, and what if people could take control. And this is where I also like pointing out that doing yourself can be really empowering. A lot of people get a lot of joy, a lot of satisfaction in solving problems, taking control, and having independence. I did a bunch of studies early on interviews early on in this work, talking with people about kind of those trade-offs of fixing things themselves or making their own assistive technologies, and often came back to this quote from someone who was a power wheelchair user who talked about the 6 months he had to stay at home because when his wheelchair was broken, he had to stay in bed. And he would have definitely taken a lot of these risks of fixing his wheelchair himself if he could change that. All right, I like to have the disclaimer. I am not the first person to think that maybe people could create their own access solutions. I really appreciated David's talk earlier, talking about centers for independent living and this idea of people taking control and solving things. And while you did not call out assistive technologies, there were a ton of DIY things that were happening now. I also particularly like calling out David Werner's work on disabled village children, where he talks about how to build a lot of custom assistive devices using different kinds of materials that are around in many villages and low resource communities. And then also Therese Wilcomb's Assistive Technology in Minutes, where she tells you every single hack that you can do with every kind of tape or other clay or other tool. All right, and then kind of the peak here is that we're in this moment where we now have these tools that can make things reasonably accessible. When we talk about making, some of you may be thinking about woodshop or some of these tools that can be kind of dangerous to use and require a lot of safety training. And now we're in this era where there's a lot of digital fabrication tools such as 3D printers, where basically if you can access a computer, you can build a 3D model. These tools are getting more and more affordable. I buy a lot of 3D printers in the lab that are about $300. There are a lot of designs out there. There are a lot of people creating and sharing designs. Maybe even there's an opportunity, here's the AI plug, for AI to automatically create different kinds of designs that people might want. Cool, we're all hyped. We all see the fantasy, the promise here. This is where I love as an academic, I get to be a bummer and study the reality of like, what is actually happening in the world. So this is a structured survey that we did a while ago on, at the time, that was the top place where people were sharing different design solutions, and it's called Thingiverse. It's still available today. And we did a systematic survey of over 100,000, they had 100,000 designs, and we were horrified, again, given the potential that we saw of DIY and accessibility, then less than 1% of all of those designs had any connection to accessibility or disability. We only found 363 designs out of 100,000. And we went through and carefully categorized what those things were. But we were really surprised. I thought there was going to be a lot of, oh, I made that thing that's in the catalog that's super expensive. Here's the 5-cent solution instead of the $100 piece of plastic. There were very few of those. And the thing that was the most common were tools for medication management. Pillboxes were like the thing that everybody was making. So we then did a further investigation into this community to interact with some of the designers and figure out, where did this stuff come from? Why did you make it? The other category of stuff, this was at peak Marvel Iron Man, so a lot of people were 3D printing prosthetic hands. And so, which is there on the slide. And then, like I said, there were a lot of things for medication management. So we surveyed 69 of these designers to understand, again, what they had made and why they had shared it on this website. And we were surprised how few people with lived experience with disability or knowledge about accessibility were creating these things. So often these were made in engineering classes as a technical challenge, or people were like, this isn't even for accessibility. I just thought it would be cool. And so this really stuck with us. And we were like, well, why is this happening? Why are we not seeing more participation from people with lived experience and the disability community interacting this? Why aren't we seeing more of this actual do-it-yourself activity happening here? And that has really then fueled the work that I've been doing for the past 10 years. And I'm going to give really quick highlights over some of the work that I've been doing to try and make DIY or making accessible. So the 3 examples that I'm going to give is 1, integrating 3D printing into clinical practice, 2, building accessible tools, and then 3, rethinking who is a maker. So generally speaking, in my research, I'm always prioritizing lived experience over everything else. And I have 4 different activities that I employ to do this. The first one is iterative collaborative design, leveraging prototypes and other tools to quickly and meaningfully engage our target user group. building collaborations, partnering with people who identify as disabled, advocates, or clinicians in both our teaching and research. I do a lot of longitudinal field work. A lot of these projects that I'm talking about occurred over the course of years instead of weeks or days. And so we build significant relationships with end users and advocacy groups for real world understanding and evaluation of anything that we might build. And then the fourth one is community engagement. I am always sending my students out into the community, and not just for one-offs, but for multiple months or ideally years of getting to know a different population and build up relationships. So the first example I want to talk about was integrating making into clinical practice. So we did, a group of design and engineering students went into, this was a physical therapy classroom, and we tried to figure out, well, where can we fit in this kind of fabrication, 3D printing and making? And we did it over the course of several years and several iterations. But the first example we did was having physical therapy students work on simulated cases. These were simulated patients that the instructor used for other activities and gave students kind of these design challenges, and the students would draw things. On the left, I have example of like what I consider to be a highly technical drawing that was made by the clinical students of a solution for stabilizing a quad cane. And what we did was we had them do their drawing, and then we had them kind of like create their idea out of clay and other materials, which you then see on the other photo. And then we would 3D scan that clay and then 3D print it for them. So that was the first version we did with simulated patients. And then another version we did was thinking, okay, in this like level 2 version of that class, they then got to interact with real community partners. So then we had our team we had the physical therapy students design actual solutions for people. So they would talk to the person and figure out something that they were interested in, and they would try and come up with a solution. We had a wide range of things. I think one of the more successful ones was this pen grip that was scanned from a 3D clay model that exactly fit somebody's hand. I think he actually liked that thing and kept it. And then there were other ones that were maybe a little bit less successful. Through this, we learned a lot of strategies of what are the things that integrate well into clinical training and what are the things that don't. And one of the things that did not is 3D modeling. So I already kind of gave it away that we did a lot of 3D scanning. We went with student strengths, which was drawing and building things with their hands. And some of this connects to this idea that I say is that I don't think you need to be a mechanical engineer in order to create a 3D model. So this has inspired a lot of work that I've done on creating accessible tools. So on this slide, I have an example that's tactile graphics. It's a really exciting, thrilling image, I'm being sarcastic, of a form where you can enter in like an equation, or you can upload a spreadsheet. You can then check some boxes, and then it'll automatically generate a printable 3D model that can give you a tactile representation of that mathematical tool. This was something we developed in collaboration with the Maryland School for the Blind, and we're working to try and adapt a lot of their curriculum to automatically generate these 3D models. Another one that we did kind of in the same vein is of this exciting form-based design, connects more directly to the physical therapist, where we just saw so many examples where people wanted custom grips to hold stuff. We were working with Kennedy Krieger at the time, which is a school that supports students with intellectual and cognitive disabilities. And they really wanted something, they had iPads, and no one knew what to do with the iPads, or students couldn't access the iPad. So there was a student who had a stylus to access their iPad, and the clinicians had tried every possible solution. And we created a custom grip for the student. And my student then went and was like, okay, here you go. Here's the grip. We have done it. We have, created this amazing solution. And the clinicians of the school were like, well, that will never work. She has a new stylus. And we're like, oh no, what are we going to do? And it turned out it was okay, because all we had to do was make a bigger hole. So we already had this unique hand shape. We had the script, and we changed it. That then kind of created this whole world of different kinds of grips we could make for the student using this tool, where we could then have it accommodate a spoon. We could have it accommodate, there was a glitter paintbrush that she wanted to use, and a bunch of different items. And again, it's using this idea of form-based design, where it's really, really optimized for people who don't have mechanical engineering degrees. So time and time again in this work, we learned that time is the most expensive resource. This example of creating the grips that I was talking about took a year because we rarely got to interact with the student. We were trying to work with the student and her occupational therapist, and they were always busy with other things. And this was always the last thing on the list. So the iteration took forever. Also, 3D printers aren't always perfect. I've got a big pile of, we call it spaghetti here, and that happens when you make a 3D print and it doesn't stick to itself. So this is where I've done a lot of work rethinking, well, who is actually a maker? What are some of the ways that we can change some of the dynamics to make it more possible to maybe have people with lived experience do some of the design work and then separate some of the fabrication from them. So I've done a lot of work in this area. One thing that we did that I think is kind of unique was we opened up a 3D print shop that employed youth who had been part of maker spaces. And this was an entry-level job for them. A thing that I didn't tell you, when we had the clinical students working with community partners, the person who was actually doing the 3D printing and the scanning was one of these high school students who was a print shop employee. And so I think that really was this interesting intersection of the community and everyone bringing their different level of expertise. We had clinical expertise, technical expertise, and then lived experience in the design. And then the third thing that we've done a lot of was we've been teaching 3D printing in integrated classrooms with students with and without intellectual and developmental disabilities. The idea being that, okay, this is a whole new technology and we don't yet know who is an expert in 3D printing and what does a 3D printer operator look like. So we can then have these environments where people are learning along together, which was really successful. This was actually a semester-long course that we ran 3 different times. I have lots of citations. Okay, so I saw I'm almost out of time. So this has this question of, is making actually accessible? And it turns out that it's complex, but I think some of these are strategies that maybe can make it more accessible and get closer to this idea of making for empowerment. There's still a lot of work to do. Really quickly, what is the NYU Ability Project? We're an interdisciplinary research space that is across 3 different schools. If you know anything about NYU, that is super hard to do when you have classes with students who are all in different majors. So I'm happy to talk more about this. And some of the things that we do, it's a little bit different, is really, really focusing on interdisciplinarity and community engagement. We do lots and lots of projects with community partners. Sometimes they're even in our class every single session of every day, or they are advisors over the course of the whole semester. So I'm happy to chat about that if anyone wants. Thank you so much. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Amy. And it's so important for us students to learn that accessibility is not only about automatic doors and ramps and so on in the buildings, but like all aspects of design and making. So making accessible is very important for us as designers and architects as well. So with that, I'm gonna join the team as well. So I'm gonna show some of my work related to inclusive computation, as I call it, tools like for accessibility and addressing disabilities, and also affective materials, so materials that interact with the body for health and well-being. And also I forgot, feeling the pressure from the previous speakers to kind of describe myself. I'm also wearing black. I'm also a white woman, and I should be wearing glasses, but I don't. So I'll start with the older project I had, and which kind of led me into kind of working with disabilities, because I had this actually fascination of how do we kind of embrace more of our senses in design. So I found that design pedagogies are very much ocula-centric, and kind of there's this focus on, and especially when I was looking at that, focus on kind of form generation and not kind of like in acoustic qualities or touch, and we perceive space through all these senses, right? And just focusing on one sense, we risk of making kind of spaces less accessible because some people are limited in certain senses. So I was inspired by this, by Maria Montessori and her methods of sensory training. I guess most of you know Maria Montessori, like all these famous kind of kindergartens and kind of this sensory education. So what she was doing was in the beginning of the 20th century, she had this method where she had, for example, students blindfolded in order to be able to focus on other senses, because to kind of break through this kind of primacy of vision. And she created specially didactic sensory materials for them to train the sense of touch. Interestingly, I'm not gonna show it now, but like this idea of sensory training also kind of, we see it again at the Bauhaus school and so on, which is very interesting. So what I did was I wanted to kind of create a method, because it's hard to say like, okay, I'm gonna go blindfolded around a building, right? If you don't know, and if you're not blind, you're gonna, you know, bump into a wall. So I thought I can create this tool, this gadget, let's say, and I'm gonna integrate sensors and kind of create this narrative play that's gonna force the user to focus into different senses without actually being blindfolded or so. So I created this kind of narrative experiment where this prototype that had kind of sensors, cameras, and kind of accelerometers or so on, could track your movement in space and could kind of map your sensory interactions, was presented to users as a creature from another world. And that creature, they were told, that has only the ability to either see or touch or hear or all together. So I divided participants. That was when I was at MIT. So there was a groups of students. I divided participants in groups, and I gave them this prototype, and I said, this is a creature that can only see or touch or hear. And you have been appointed as a host of this creature, and you are to kind of convey the experience of space through the only sense the creature has available. So, so what the participants did is they walked around. So we used two spaces. One was the famous Saarinen Chapel at MIT, and another classical space. And so what happened there is they would go around the space for 15 minutes, and they would explore the space in a ways that were kind of not typical, right? So that forced them to kind of touch objects they wouldn't touch, create new affordances, like create the sculpture like an instrument, or start like making sounds to understand the space acoustically, and like knock on the materials to convey the sense of kind of volume of space through kind of echo and kind of materiality. And this created an interesting kind of learning experience that kind of like brought forth kind of different aspects and affordances of sensual qualities of space. For example, some students were saying, oh, I realized the columns were fake, or I kind of like how kind of the spaces sound. So here you see the altar that like the sculpture that it's meant to be seen, but it's actually kind of explored through touch and sound. And so beyond this like different affordances, it brought forth like an awareness, perhaps like how it is to explore through a different sense. So for example, one participant was saying, oh, vision like gives you the space directly, but when you have to explore it through touch, it's like very gradual. So this kind of like also indirectly connected to kind of perhaps like disabilities and how you can include them in the kind of design through sensory awareness. And then so I decided this kind of like sensory pedagogy to really kind of take it through a more applied way and kind of try to help people that actually have disabilities. So this was a collaboration we did when I was at MIT. I was teaching this class with the Perkins of School of the Blind. And so this is a picture here with myself, my co-instructor, and Perkins president, Dave Power, and our students. And so the building in the School of the Blind at Perkins is wonderful because it's designed, as some of the examples Peter was saying before, for the blind. So it has like different height ceilings, so you can navigate through sound. It has different kind of flowers, so you can navigate through smell. It has different kind of textures on the walls, so you can navigate through touch. So students came up with different kind of prototypes by talking to the blind students and using kind of computation and fabrication. So here, for example, I'm just gonna show just one. So Michelle, one of our students, and these were undergrad students, by the way, she came up with this kind of interactive prototype for helping blind students navigate in the cafeteria, something like we wouldn't think without talking to the students. But one blind student raised a problem that, like, when I go to the cafeteria, I don't know where my friends are sitting, and I don't know if there's an empty table. So this kind of interactive prototype allowed you through touch and vibration to identify where there are empty seats and where your friend is sitting. Another collaboration we're doing here at New York Tech with Alex Lopez, who is here with us, and he's going to speak later, and with Christian Pogras, who's also going to speak later more about this collaboration. But this is with ISF. Alex is a nonprofit he's leading, and it's about kids with autism, kind of like rehabilitation through kind of physical activity. So it's basically an inclusive gym. And we brought our thesis students there to learn from the processes, and they came up with all sorts of different solutions. I'm just gonna show one here, which is one student using kind of virtual reality to simulate this, because they, at ISF, as you will hear, they go through a specific process of training that has kind of certain exercises for motor control and then relaxation and so on. But then when you go at home, when these kids go at home, they don't have access to these tools. So the idea, Julian's idea was to come up with a VR environment that will simulate this kind of exercise through virtual spaces. And so these kids could take on these tools at home or wherever they want. Then I'm gonna show a project, our participation in Venice, the International Venice Biennale. So we did it with a research lab and a group of students, and including kind of collaboration again with Christian Pogras and Manny Zhang, who's like also faculty here. And so together we wanted to kind of tackle this, which is very relevant to the symposium now, like tackle kind of deconstruct the idea of the typical user in a kind of small exhibit that could be kind of provocative and raise awareness. So we know, and we heard from the morning session how, like, you know, design is based on this kind of guideline and kind of stereotypes and so on. And there's this type of bias in proportions and analogies. So what we did is we created this small interactive drawing machine. And we said, okay, so what if we get a drawing that's designed on the golden ratio? And you know, of course, the golden ratio is also like related to modular and so on. But then we have visitors. We had a camera that was able to kind of, through programming, to measure the height and the proportions of the visitors. So what if we skew the proportions then to kind of the villa, and we use like Palladio's villa, and create different drawings, and based on this kind of different proportions from the visitors. And this was kind of like a playful, kind of interactive installation to just raise awareness about typicality in design and how it kind of creates an implicit bias on user measurements. And so this is like a more long-term research project of mine that has to do with doing environments, interactive material environments for health and well-being. And this starts with my PhD dissertation at MIT and continues now while I'm a faculty here in different ways. So, so how can we because I was being engaged in kind of smart materials and kind of materiality and programming materials, and I've been interested in how we can use the sensory aspects of material environments in a therapeutic way in order to promote emotion regulation and enable kind of nonverbal communication in sensory means. And so I developed this method that called affective matter, which is based on these programmable interactive materials. And the way it works is based on this element of breathing and touch. So we know that different rhythms of breathing can impact the sympathetic and the parasympathetic system. So fast breathing activates the parasympathetic system, which promotes relaxation. Like slow breathing promotes relaxation, and fast breathing activates the sympathetic system, so kind of promotes kind of higher arousal. And we know that touch is something very important in emotional development, and kind of somatosensory feedback also promotes relaxation. Some other aspects that influence this kind of research is my realization as an architect, or my knowledge that as an architect, that environments impact our health and mood through kind of their sensory aspects. So since ancient times, we used to do hydrotherapy for therapeutic reasons, or heliotherapy, and so on. So my thought was to create like a garment as a minimum wearable environment and use sensory feedback for therapeutic reasons. And then the other kind of key element in this design is entrainment and our ability to synchronize with the rhythms of others and the rhythms of the environment. So a newborn will synchronize their breathing and heart rate with that of the mother. When we dance, we synchronize with the beat of the music and so on. So I created this sleeve that kind of actuates rhythmically, producing haptic feedback and warmth. And I wanted to see if this could impact the wearer's breathing rate in a way that can be calming and reduce stress. So this is like a first prototype that's made of nitinol wires. Nitinol wires can be programmed to change shape when they're exposed to high temperature. It's like a programmable material, and these are combined with kind of elastics and other material to force the material into shape. And then after we did this prototype, and this was kind of made to kind of sequentially provide feedback. And then I created this other prototype, which would use pneumatic pressure. And again, kind of this was the reason of the iteration was that, like with the one with the nitinol, we wouldn't have enough pressure. So I used pneumatic to induce like a better sense of somatosensory feedback, because research shows that it really needs to kind of, actually occupational therapists, and Alex can explain that better, is that like there's a difference between light touch and deep touch. So deep touch can be more calming. While light touch can be like sometimes arousing. So this is the one study we did with the first sleeve, and we wanted to see if wearing the sleeve in slow, fast, rhythmic mode haptic action will decrease symptoms of stress while taking a stressful quiz, as opposed to wearing it in a fast-paced action. So we had participants taking this stressful quiz and telling them, if you do well, you're gonna get like an extra prize and so on. We had like physiology and breathing rate sensors. And we measured the difference in breathing pace from baseline. And so indeed, participants who were wearing the sleeve in a faster pace had higher breathing from before the test and during the test. And also participants who were wearing the sleeve in a slower mode were more prone to wear it every day and reported feeling more relaxed. Now, the other study we did with a pneumatic sleeve, we had different patterns of pressure and heat, and we had participants experience these different patterns for a certain amount of time and reporting how they felt and measuring again breathing and kind of arousal levels. And again, this study showed that participants who were wearing the garment in higher pace had like higher breathing and had like higher arousal than the ones that were in slower pace. And there's like interesting other results that I'm not going to show here of qualitative kind of reports of the participants as well, because physiology alone is not like the only kind of measure to be reliable. And now, so we are currently developing further this study in collaboration with Dr. Alexander Lopez and with the funding of an OIT ISRC grant for the benefit of individuals with autism. So in addition to the kind of standard hypothesis we had before that there's a positive correlation between the sleeves, pace of haptic action and breathing, and negative correlation with perception of calmness. Because individuals with autism can be either hypoaroused by sensory stimuli or hypoaroused, we wanted to see if when the right profile of individuals, so hyperaroused individuals wearing the slow mode of the sleeve or hyperaroused, so hyperaroused the slow mode and hyperaroused the fast mode would help them kind of regulate their arousal levels and increase their performance. So assuming that this dysregulation affects your performance and daily skills as well. So we're in the process of doing these tests with human subjects and at ISF, and we use like a sequence of kind of steps and including tests. And we see here the kids taking these kind of quizzes, and then kind of we measure their performance, how they felt, we ask them questions, and we try to determine if this can be helpful for these individuals. At the same time, we're exploring other type of garments like vests and so on that could kind of be more applicable to these or other situations. And lastly, I'm developing this interface that will help in customization, of course, because there are different needs of these individuals. And I'd like to end with this slide that shows kind of a vision for a future of effective materials that can allow us to kind of self-regulate our stress and other kind of mood and promote well-being through our kind of interaction with our digital devices and through our kind of input and kind of taking advantage of technologies. And I'd like with that to invite all the speakers of the session, along with Ben Drace, and we have the honor to collaborate with Design for this session. And so Ben, sorry, I'm looking for Ben's bio. So Ben Draith will be an honor that we're going to have this session moderated by Ben. So Ben is a US editor at Design. I'm assuming all of you know Design. If you don't, it's one of the maybe the most famous design magazine. And so Ben is responsible for Design's architecture, interiors, and design coverage in the US and the Americans. Before receiving his master's degree in English language at the University of British Columbia, he studied anthropology at the University of Denver, and he has written widely about architecture and interior design. Prior to Design, Ben was the managing editor for Canada's Nouveau magazine. So Ben, please, and Jennifer and Amy, come to the... There, so I can read them.
Musical chairs up here. Hello.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. Thanks for the introduction, Athena, and thanks for the presentations, everyone, and all the presentations throughout the day. Someone who sees a lot that's going on in the architecture and design world, I think that this topic is one of the most exciting for me, not least of which because I think that it really challenges some of the fundamental precepts of design that we're still working with, much of which is the legacy of modernism, and I think we touched a lot on some of the ways in which, in my mind, modernism as a general movement really did expand availability, through industrialization, through technology, but then of course doing it along, as Athena pointed out, these kind of specific means and parameters, right? That I think that all of the work here is challenging, with the the complication of complexity, right? I think every single one of you mentioned that people are super complex, that, you know, there's so many different things that we can design for, right? So given that there's only so much capacity and there's only so much time that we have to take into account all these things, the branching out and the reaching of new groups, new angles, new processes is very fascinating. And I think honestly has a lot to teach to design in general, right? I think that all the principles that all three of you talked about could easily be applied through all projects, right? And I think that that's something important. And, you know, I also appreciated the practices that you've all enumerated, right? The fact that we can speak theoretically about, you know, expanding these epistemologies, but really putting them into practice is important, and important for people to be able to see that. So just on that note, Jennifer, I wanted to start with the question I had from your presentation. It was an interesting note you had about the NYU project, about the fact that you were, I think you said a neuro-inclusion consultant for that. So that's something that, you know, I'm crediting architecture projects all the time, and rarely do I ever have a credit line that has that consultants, right? There's all sorts of like, of course, accessibility compliance is there quite often. But I don't think I've ever seen anyone give me that as a credit. So I was wondering, maybe for people who are trying to get into what you do, or could you talk a little bit of the process about what that designation is, or maybe how you've interacted with it? I know that you said that you've taken sort of a winding road to get to your focus right now as a practice. So I'm really interested to hear about what that designation means and a little bit about the background of it.
Thank you. Well, we received the RFP from NYU from two different architects that came to us and said, we have this need for a neuro-inclusion consultant. We don't know what that means. We found you like by Googling, I think, because of the work that we do, which is nice when that actually works. It's the first time we've ever seen that too. We had never seen an RFP that specifically called for this kind of expertise. So we were like, this is incredible, actually, that NYU is taking this leadership role and realizing the importance of it. So I don't think it's really well defined, to be honest, like what that means. And we came at it through Verona Carpenter, through our work doing full projects. Like that's how we started. We didn't start really from the consulting side. We were trying to bring this approach to all aspects of the project and try to share it with all the other consultants as well. And then realize, well, this is also a way that we can expand our reach by working with other architects and helping kind of peer review their work, again, with the help of neurodivergent advocates. So not assuming on a project that we just have like as best practices, we know what's what. Paid consultants who are neurodivergent also being on our team. And it's been really rewarding. We hope there's more of it, but it is pretty new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, as far as you know, is that the first time
It's the first time we've seen it written into an RFP. Yeah.
And not to, for one more moment to stay on it, did you find that other consultants or people involved with the project pretty quickly, did you find you could sync with them pretty well? Like, did it make sense organizationally? Like,
yeah, I mean, there were some challenges because I think a lot of times as architects, I mean, pretty much 100% of the time as architects, we're so pressed for time. You just want to go, go, go. And this was a very fast project. So I think everyone had to like slow down a little bit. And I think accepting that slowing down is part of the process and is really productive is not easy. So I think there were some conversations around like, we need more than a day to look at this. We need to run it by self-advocates. Like it's going to take, I can't turn around by like 5 o'clock. So I think the time pressure was pretty intense, and that we do need to realize that to do this right, it does take time, and that time spent up front pays so many dividends down the road, and it's worth it.
Absolutely. And just in terms of putting things into practice, Amy, I'm really interested in some of the outreach that you've done, and also the linking it with the makers movement. I think is really interesting. I think one of the challenges for that movement, and for people who don't know, a lot of the drivers for it as a general term was graduates from design school. The economy had collapsed. Like there was an opportunity, right, to kind of change the design economy a bit because there weren't jobs essentially in some of the bigger firms. And I just wonder if there are any other sort of lessons from that time period that you've taken and applied in terms of trying to decentralize some of these points of production for design?
Sure. Great question. Hi again. This is Amy. So there's a lot of things. Again, we could talk about it in terms of hype cycles and exactly what was it for making 3D printing that started maybe 2009 and was like the thing on everyone's mind. We'll start there, and then if I remember, we'll get to community engagement. But I think one of the big things specifically around 3D printing that happened was that patents expired. And suddenly a bunch of people had access, like 3D printers were not new. They had been around since like the 70s or 80s. But suddenly we could now look at how exactly they worked. And so there was a lot of movement in open source communities. So the RepRap movement of this idea of you could build a printer at home that could then 3D print another printer for your friend, and you could give it and kind of spread it. And then we saw a couple of companies come out, some that were located in New York City, who then were doing this. And I think this became very exciting for a bunch of these reasons and kind of this confluence. And again, perhaps that after the 2008 crash, people were like, well, what is something new? And kind of jumping on this bandwagon. And we saw a lot of it happening again in open source communities, and we saw it happening in terms of industry. The other thing about DIY is I really think it's important to think about DIY as an act of rebellion. Right, again, connecting it to the Center for Independent Living and some of the things that David was talking about, I think is really important. And there have been many other versions of DIY movements that have happened. So ham radio is a great one to be looking at, the history of that. I even think sometimes cooking is an interesting DIY act that we can reflect on. And we can look at the rise and fail of cooking at home. I like saying when people talk about especially the work in like a 3D print shop and this idea of outsourcing your 3D printing, where you're like, well, if you have a factory at your home, why on earth would you ever need the 3D print shop? And I always say, well, we do actually have maker spaces at our homes. They're called kitchens, and yet we still get takeout, right? So there's a bunch of these like really interesting things here to kind of think about that I think have a lot of connections to accessibility and disability.
And of course, that really plays into just framing these questions, right? And Athena, in your presentation, I was really interested in some of the framing that you did, not least of which was the sort of extraterrestrial nature of one of the projects, right? And to me, that is an educational tool, right? You're kind of reframing things at the point of contact, right? You're looking at spaces and the overlay. I mean, obviously, I'm sure that once all of those plates are overlaid, an architect would look at that and you know, maybe get stressed, but with the complexity. But I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about some of the ways that you try to reframe spaces from an educational perspective, maybe leading with that first project you talked about.
Yeah, I mean, this really, the first project that I said was kind of really trying to kind of take this kind of sensory training method from Montessori, and this method was also actually implemented from Laszlo Moholy-Nagy in Bauhaus. So they had like a first-year sensory studio where all they did was he had the students coming up with kind of sensory training devices. So they had like a smellometer that they would help like kind of train the sense of smell, or tactile kind of charts and wheels. And this was the Bauhaus times, right, in the 30s or a little later. But we didn't have all this kind of like fancy technologies we have now. But so it started from a point of kind of reframing design from kind of embodied perspective. So how can we design for all the senses, and that like not just stay on the materiality of a building and the form, but really what is unseen. So so that this kind of sensory awareness then led me actually to kind of the field of accessibility and inclusion, because then I quickly realized that like when you take away the research of sound, touch, or smell, then you kind of exclude people that operate mainly through sound. Like, blind people like rely a lot on sound. Some people like they use echolocation and so on. So I came in the field, and the experiment, the extraterrestrial. This is kind of funny because I was trying to come up with a narrative And this, I said, the creature comes from another world. Of course, if you really think the creature is coming from a different universe, it must be like, curious for many other things. So I don't know if it's like a very scientific way to put it. But actually, when we work with the students here, we try to implement type of exercises. Like, for example, in our studio, we do with Christian, we had Alex Lopez again, like he brought all these kind of devices and tools to make the students experience how it is to kind of have different types of blindness, how it is to walk and kind of have like a kind of not working straight. So he would tie things around their legs, or he would like put things kind of in their glasses to kind of course, it's not easy to, you cannot have the experience of a disabled person. And some people criticize this kind of like simulation of it because it doesn't really give you the actual experience. But we try to reframe and play with space and senses through these kind of experimental exercises as a way to raise awareness. Yeah.
Well, I think it's good though. I think in some ways too, because we talk about how spaces are designed, not taking people into account, but they're also designed in a way that focuses a lot of times on this sort of efficiency that I think that a lot of people would say is not very human in some ways, right? Especially like a certain capitalist efficiency in offices, right? There's some of these spaces that there's these things worked into it that I think that everyone could benefit from getting away from those things, right? So any way that we could reframe that, I think is, in my opinion, beneficial going forward. Which brings me to my next question, which is kind of a joint question for Athena and Jennifer here, is that I was interested that you, in the Louisiana project, the brief wasn't necessarily to do what you did, right? But you worked it in, which I think is, I think someone mentioned developers in the last talk, and obviously, I have conversations about sustainability, about all of these things, and that tends to be a bit of a sticking point a lot of times, right? Is the client going to pay for this, essentially, right? Or do they care? Oftentimes, unfortunately, I think not, right? That's changing, right? And of course, compliance and stuff forces the change. But it's interesting. I was thinking about all of the different contingencies that you've designed for, but still having to have a space that's there, right? Like it can't be, it's only as customizable to a certain extent, right? Because you still have to have a space for for public, right? For thousands, thousands of people. So I was wondering if you ever considered some of the social resources that Athena was talking about, right? I was really struck by the social indicator thing, like where to sit, like, so what if we think about spaces that are designed, they're set a lot of times, right, with some modularity, but with these sort of customizable elements for each person using it. Have you ever tried to integrate that into the work? So like a technological tool that further customizes a person's interaction with a set built environment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, first I want to go back to what you said about the brief, because I think this is a really important
Yeah,
point,
please,
like
yeah.
questioning the brief. So something that we really believe in is kind of getting out of your lane as an architect sometimes and thinking like, where can I enter into this conversation? And we think one of the ways you can enter in is at the kind of brief stage and say like, is this really what we should be designing for? And kind of interpreting it as you want and bringing that to the table. And we've been having really interesting conversations with clients, even in the interview phase, where we're like, this is how we're going to look at this project. Here's how we do it. And we're willing to lose a job that doesn't align in terms of the client's priorities. So we just say like, this is our approach, kind of not really take it or leave it, but kind of like that. So I think that's important. In terms of this kind of customizing the space, one of the things we really believe in is this idea of like agency and choice that I talked about a bit, and like how can you do that by going beyond code requirements to give control, and how can you like zone a space so that people can sort of self-sort into a space that's going to work for them within a larger place. And so I think that's really key to imagine. Like I think every space should have to have certain acoustic performance. And I remember a time in my career where I would have like looked at this ceiling, this acoustic tile ceiling, and been like, this is tacky, this is not what I do. I want a nice clean ceiling. And like that was my approach, which I'm super not proud of and that I don't believe anymore, because this ceiling is doing a pretty good job of controlling the sound in the space. Like that should be required. We should be saying there are acoustic measures that every space should have. It should be like the curb cut is required for kind of physical accessibility. That should just be a given. But we should also have controls for lighting. Like all lighting should be dimmable. Lighting should all be color tunable. And then we could set up a space with a range of, you know, color temperatures even to kind of push it to an extreme and allow for those options. So I really think it's a lot about the controls and looking way beyond code to think about how we can incorporate more controls that let people kind of sort out in a space.
And absolutely, because I think that if we were to make this something that's more widespread, right, like you do run into some problems of standardization because we keep talking about time. But it takes a lot of time, I think, to like design for a user group every time. And then 10 years later, perhaps it's changing, right? So I think that having as much customization over time as possible, because in architecture, you can create wayfinding and kind of guide people through a space, but to have a more like personalized guide, like with what Athena was saying, I think could like interact very well, So even with spaces that were designed 100 years ago, right? You could kind of be like, this zone maybe is.
Yeah, actually, I think one other note on that is this idea of like a loose fit. So coming up with like, what's the loosest fit between the program and the space, I think is really useful. Like not making it so specific to a use that it does either age too quickly and you can't use it anymore, but really we're looking for sort of the loosest fit and the most kind of optionality and affordance within a space.
Yeah, that's a really like kind of tight line to walk,
Yeah.
I think, right?
Yeah,
Between
it
being
is.
as open as possible, but then also
making sure you're meeting the needs of a
adaptable
program.
and- Do you have any comments on that, the kind of loose fit, Amy? I mean, in terms of like, you really like look at very specific cases, right? And people designing for themselves, but do you ever, do you have any kind of thinking or theories around this question of having something that maybe could be like reproducible and like help as many people as possible while still being adaptable to needs?
Yes. So DIY is one of many research areas that I work on. And I do there's a whole nother side of my work in life that's focused on accessibility in historic sites and museums. And so we actually do a lot of sensory audits. So I was so happy to hear about that, Jennifer. And so, I mean, it is tricky. And I mean, I think everything is always changing all the time. Where sure there can be cultural shifts in terms of what people think. Also, I always think about this as individually people's abilities, habits, and preferences change sometimes daily or throughout the day too. So like incorporating flexibility in the space is really important. And that actually leads me to a challenge that I actually have in one of our classrooms, that it is like this really incredible flexible space. Everything can be moved, everything can be customized. There's way too much technology in this classroom, but you actually get into this challenge then of like, well, who resets it? And we run into a lot of like really interesting, well, okay, wait a minute. When we have the class that has like 10 folks on wheels, they want a completely different classroom and configuration than when we have like the neurodiverse teens in terms of table setup, chairs, lighting, and all of this. And so it almost becomes this like interesting question of like, oh, we almost need like the access coordinator who's like, okay, you for your space, we're going to configure this room for you and this. And at a university and classrooms, I don't have that. I don't know if NYIT has that, but it's interesting when we build in the flexibility, there's this element of resetting that has to happen.
Can I add something to that, Ben? There's this concept of access conflict, which is something that we talked about in the class that I mentioned that Irina and I taught with Jaron Herman, the choreographer and dancer, who kind of introduced us to this idea that like there's going to be conflict and it's okay. And that, I think our point of view is if we can build in enough optionality, again, going beyond code to allow controls, that conflict can be productive and you can have conversations around it. And maybe there's a layer of time that gets layered on top where you say, okay, from this hour to this hour, we're going to do this. And then we're going to switch over to this environment that you prefer. But the conflict can actually be a productive thing.
This is Amy again. So I love that. And then this is where, like, as an instructor, I'm always like, yep, universal design. I teach it is the ideal, it is the fantasy, it is the goal. It is not always achievable. We could talk about curb cuts and what are some of the problems of curb cuts too, recognizing they do not work for everyone. But I then think there's this advocacy component too of like, oh, okay, great. We've like recognized this conflict. We've recognized these opportunities. Now, how do we as a community, maybe is this a form of allyship for people to then come in and do some of this work to like resolve it?
Yeah, I have a thought on technology and customization and space. So I've been thinking like sometimes there's a tension like, or you have to make a choice between, do you like add technology to the space to customize? Do you customize the space, or do you kind of make a technology for the individual body? Because the space is gonna change and requires a lot of money to change a room for a particular focus group, let's say. But then it's maybe kind of easier and cheaper to do something for a particular individual, right? So that goes on into kind of this, do we make a tool that kind of like is like appearing in our phone, and like a blind person can use the phone to help themselves? Like we saw Peter had like this voice thing with the notes. I was very curious about this technology. Or do we kind of have an interpret, like, you know, that talks while there's, so there's sometimes, I don't know, you have to make the choice. Do you adapt the environment to the individual, or the individual to the environment? And sometimes it's like also cultural and you know, aspect, or like how much the society is willing to accept that the space should be made accessible for all. I remember like when I was a couple of years ago in a kind of like a startup acceleration accelerator sort of thing, and they were talking about a group about this project, and the project was a failure in the end, like, you know, economic wise, but the idea was how to make movies accessible. So in the US, I grew up in Greece, and all the American movies had subtitles. So we're very used to that. We always do it. We don't translate the movie to kind of Greek language, right? But like in French, like for example, they always do that. They kind of dub everything in French. So in the US, people are not used to different languages. And so the question was, how can we make movies accessible to kind of deaf people by having kind of subtitles? And so the project that was suggested by the startup was like to have a sort of pad that like deaf people can have, that kind of translates in front of them. But I was thinking like, what kind of a stupid idea? Like, why can't you just put the subtitles on the movie? Like, and they said like people are not ready to accept. They don't want that. So the typical people didn't want that. And anyway, the project was a market failure for reasons, you know. But that, you know, addresses, you know, it's I don't know. It's just an added point on like, do you customize the individual or the environment, and like, is it like a cultural kind of question, or is it a cost question, you know?
Yeah, I mean, but I think that what I've gotten from all of you is that introducing these questions in at education of architects and designers is probably the best thing, right? Instead of trying to give a mold, giving a question is still a mold, but like at least if it's framed as a question, then they can go out and do these really wonderful focus groups and studies that y'all have all carried out that I don't think is always the norm, right? But it allows you to have this adaptability. Just a final question, Amy, for you. I was really interested in what you were talking about at NYU and the multidisciplinary. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit, maybe you know, people who will reference this or hear now, about how that came about, and how do you have any like advice for like working with these really complex or bureaucratic structures for kind of, you know, I mean, if education is such an important thing, like you know, we have to work with these structures sometimes, right? So especially a big multi-school university.
Yes. So this is Amy. So let's see, how to even approach that. One thing I'll say is that I did not found the Ability Project. And I think maybe the history of it kind of helps answer some of your questions. So I started at NYU in 2019. And the Ability Project kind of says, we say 2013 is when it first started. And it happened because an occupational therapist was friends with an artist, and they were both interested in disability. And then the two of them went to something, and then they met a technologist. And the three of them were like, huh, we have a lot in common. What if we did some, you know, kind of hijinks and had a class that all sort of met in the same room at the same time, and the three of us just co-taught it? And they did that. And that class is still continuing. I'm now teaching that course with one of the original co-founders. And then a couple other people in the university were like, hey, I care about disability too. Did you know that I teach a disability studies class? Or I have this other, and it just kind of kept growing. And then there may or may not have been some lawsuits, and the university somehow did something, and magically my position was created. So I kind of think, you know, like my job or what my goal as director is to steer the ship of good stuff that people want to do. I sometimes have a high tolerance for paperwork and administrative stuff where other people may not. And so, I mean, just so much as possible, I'm just like, just do it. Right. There are these complicated things with, I teach this class currently that is cross-listed in 3 different departments. 2 of them are letter grade. 1 of them is pass fail. And I just don't think about it too hard and I just do it. And it's great and people love it. And I think great things come from it. There's a lot of idea of like, oh, wouldn't it be great if we could have like a cross-listed major or something? And that's just too hard. We're just doing it on the ground and kind of being the change and the force that we want to see. And mostly we're not getting in trouble.
Focus groups, paperwork, and a little bit of magic. You heard it here first. Can do some audience questions. Yeah. Did anyone have any questions? I see one here.
Hi, I'm an architect and who has some experience in this. I'm a white male, old enough that David turns out was one of my students at Yale, which makes me pretty old. I have a couple of comments, questions. So one comment or question is that you all talk about, I know it came up a little before, you talk about disabilities as individual things. There's somebody who's, wheel mobility, or they're blind, or they're neurodivergent, or they're deaf. And there are very specific solutions for each of those. But there are lots of public spaces, which we were talking about before, where you can't change things over, that all these people, and some people have more than one disability, exist at the same time, right? That's a very complicated situation. And it seems to me that thinking about them individually may be not always the best way to think about something, right? Okay. The second is that it seems like a lot of people, I'm not saying you all, talk about disability as a way of equalizing something to other people, as opposed to disability having its own special magical qualities, right? So in other words, universal design says, well, we're going to make sure that everybody's on an equal footing. But there's something about disabilities that can be beyond an equal footing, that they have their own wonderful special qualities that aren't necessarily need to be the same as everyone else. So these are just 2 comments, but and then of course the big one, which we're not going to talk about, which is, all of this still needs to be under the guise of all these things can make good architecture. None of these things alone can make great architecture. So there's still architecture with a capital A, which, there's subcategories of sustainability and diversity and all those things, but individually, they still need to fall under a bigger heading. I don't think we're there yet by any means, but yeah, sorry.
Oh, for me?
Yep, right here.
Great, thank you. Well, that's a really interesting bunch of things that you put out there. First of all, as opposed, in terms of great architecture, I don't think you can say there is no great architecture that's dealing with this. I'm not going to name a building, but it's as if if someone publishes a great novel and it's not available to me, is it still a great novel? Sure, it's a great novel, but I just can't read it. But to your question about being special, and this is very interesting because it is in line with what the gentleman from Argentina was asking earlier. I think with every person with a disability or multiple disabilities, and there's a saying that once you've met one person with a disability, you've met one person with a disability. So it's hard to generalize out into that. And I think everyone has their journey in disability where at some point they say, oh, this, I'm living my life and I'm enjoying my life. And despite the fact that everyone is saying, what a horrible thing that you have, I'd kill myself. Well, I won't, it's not a horrible thing. But it's like everything we all deal with something. And we all have to find our own special sauce. And whether that's a disability or something else, I think it's up to individuals to decide that for themselves rather than for us to put a label on it. And finally, I'm just glad you brought up multiple disabilities because there's a lot of that. And it's hard to, and it's important not to just do one thing for one disability, but to think of all. And then how do you do that is why I'm glad I'm not an architect.
Can I just clarify one thing I said was, I didn't mean special with quotation mark. I meant that there are things that could be celebrated.
Yes.
Let's
Yes.
have the panelists try to maybe respond to the first thing instead of the back and forth here.
Yeah, I think one point about
Sorry, after will you respond?
Yeah.
We have to kind of wrap up the session.
Yeah, well, I just think one of the really gratifying things about teaching this disability in architecture studio at Columbia with Duran, who I mentioned before, was learning with and from a really rich community of disabled creative people who are not making work, in spite of or overcoming, but it's like the disability as an identity, and the disability is driving the work. It's the heart of the work. And so I think we're in agreement on this, that it's not about like, oh, accessing, this normative world, and aren't you lucky to be accommodated? It's the opposite of that, I think, is where the most interest lies.
Thank you so much, and appreciate the questions and the conversation. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to the panelists.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you for the wonderful moderation. And so we can have a 10-minute break. We have some snacks and coffee outside because you need to get caffeinated before we have one more session to go, starting in 10 minutes.
I saw your email.